True, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand on with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south, man. On the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get my attention. Spoon, spoon, spoon dimension. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every Ikeban, Regula, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose on the to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, my body.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, my body.
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Balabadibadiba.
Spoon.
Kidibidibidabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Go to there. Go to there.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get my attention. Spoon, spoon dimension.
You got to party there.
Spoon, spoon radio station.
Yeah.
Spoon dimension.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand on with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south, man. James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to get my attention. Spoon, spoon, spoon dimension. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happened in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every Ikepan, Regina, Marala, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a note up there, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, but you got it. Yes, but you got it.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South, man. On the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of the session. Spoon television.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. To the spoon, you will know. If the children cry for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Every Ikepan, Regina, Marala, to the spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not you got it. It's not you got it.
Smooth entertainment.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand on with the spoon, and your boy, right at the south.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of action. Spoon, spoon, spoon activation. Spoon, spoon, spoon
I'm going to tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm going to tell you what is happening in Moravia. I'm going to tell you what is happening in Africa. Just spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Panjama, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Every ike man, graduate, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I
Spoon TV.
Yes, I do that.
Spoon TV.
I want a school building, and she said, "Well,
So right now, as the situation stands, let's look at the number of teachers that you currently have that run in this area.
Presently, as I told you, I'm the teacher, the principal, the registrar, everything. There is no volunteer, no other teacher beside Island.
Wow. And how constrained is it? How constrained?
Because right now I can tell you, if you were to check my BP, I may be suffering from blood pressure. Because especially I used to leave from here, go down to the church, from the church, come back here, from here, go to the church. Even until now, sometimes in the night, all my body become hard because whole day I'm talking, hello.
Let's look at the support from the parents within the community. Are they helping in making sure that you get volunteer teacher or?
I'm calling on the national government to, as they hear this appeal, they subscribe, because it's not yesterday, it's not day before yesterday, it's close to 13 years, because school is for 13 years now, that they should focus on the side, especially school in the interiors, but this is where we prepare people to go in the urban area. But not so, and there's not only school, but not so, You see, most schools we see closure because one person cannot run. The day I die, I mean, no school here. So we are calling on national government to see if probably to find way to send at least 2 teachers to cover up. About the school building, and she said, well,
So right now, as the situation stands, let's look at the number of teachers that you currently have that run in this area.
Presently, as I told you, the teacher, the principal, the registrar, everything. There is no volunteer, no other teacher beside Island.
Wow. And how constrained is it? How constrained?
Because right now I can tell you, if you were to check my BP, I may be suffering from blood pressure. But especially I used to leave from here, go down to the church, from the church, come back here, from here, go to the church. Even until now, sometimes in the night, all my body become hard because whole day I'm talking, I alone.
Let's look at the support from the parents within the community. Are they helping in making sure that you get volunteer teacher or?
I'm calling on the national government to, as they hear this appeal, this crowd, because it's not yesterday, it's not day before yesterday, it's close to 13 years, because school in for 13 years now, that they should focus on the side, especially school in the interior, but this is where we prepare people to go in the urban area. But not so, and there's not only school, but not so. You see, most schools we see closure because one person cannot run. The day I die, I mean, no school here. So we are calling on national government to see if probably to find way to send at least 2 teachers to cover up.
Hello, folks. Wherever it is you listening to us from in Liberia, whether you're listening to us on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1, the Super 95.5 FM, and of course, we're live on Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM here in Liberia, and we also live on our various social media handles, Spoon TV, Super TV, Fabric TV, and on YouTube our handle is Spoon Talk. I'll play you this particular video, and as you watching, those of you watching, you're looking at the picture of the school. Will tell you a bit about what this is all about, and it has left me heartbroken. You know, I do have the privilege to move around Liberia because of my job and go to a lot of counties in Liberia, go to a lot of counties here, and seeing this particular video, you know, something Mr. Salif said that really did break me down is the fact that if I die, you know, the whole school will close down. There'll be nobody to teach these children. That is one person who is the principal, the teacher, the registrar, everything in one. And according to him, he's got close to 90 students that he teaches alone. First grade, that's from early childhood, according to him, up to 5th grade. Only him as a teacher, as a registrar, as a principal. But let's listen to this clip. This is the lengthy one. It's going to take us a minute or two, and it paints a very stark picture, a bleak picture. The building you're looking at was actually constructed for the village saving. So that is the building that doubles up as the community school. And this school has been running for 13 years with one teacher. So let's listen to this.
Kindergarten, or what we call nursery, up to 12th grade, 6th grade, 9th grade, 7th grade, 5th grade. Where do you stand in that position?
Here we start from ECD, which is the early childhood development, or they say ABC to 5th grade. Okay, even the DO warned me the last time, advised the former DO that I alone here, so I should cut down the classes. But then the parent come to register the one for their children to be, I cannot say no. This is how I accepted it.
What is your call currently? You have the district representative, and this is a town that is adjacent or opposite his town. We have Gary Fancy that is right behind this identical Woody town, and he usually pass here. Have you sometime meet with him to discuss this issue with him?
Yes, he been here for the first time, 2017, when he got a letter. We invited all the principals in the district, and during that meeting, I was elected as chairperson for volunteer teachers. He tried his best that year. He gave all 50,000 to help for the volunteer teacher.
Was it each 50,000 Liberian dollars?
School at that time.
50,000 for 17 schools.
He promised 100,000.
Okay.
We only gave 50,000.
What I want to know, the 50,000, was it for 17 schools?
Yeah, 17 schools to give it for those volunteers.
And how many volunteer teachers were there by then?
Well, at that time,
because you serve as one of the key person for the volunteer board.
31.
31.
31, yeah.
Okay.
So we were able to give that money to them that particular year. The end of the year with us, but I can't say I was having one here end of the year. But failure to get the last 50,000, everything went down. But to say he fully informed, because even promised that you were going to get us helping him for the school business. He fully informed. He's fully informed about the school. I'm calling on the national government to, as they hear this appeal, this crowd going not yesterday, not day before yesterday. It's close to 13 years ago. School in for 13 years now. That they should focus on the side, especially school in the interior. But this is where we prepare people to go in the urban area. But not so, and there's not only school, but not so. You see, most schools we see closure because one person cannot run. The day I die, I mean, no school here. So we are calling on national government to see if probably to find a way to send at least 2 teachers to cover up about the school building. And she said, well,
so right now, as the situation stands, let's look at the number of teachers that you currently have that run in this area.
Presently, as I told you, the teacher, the principal, the registrar, everything. There is no volunteer, no other teacher beside island.
Wow. And how constrained is it? How constrained?
Because right now I can tell you, if you were to check my BP, I may be suffering from blood pressure. Because especially I used to leave from here, go down to the church, from the church, come back here, from here, go to the church. Even until now, sometimes in the night, all my body become hard because whole day I'm talking, hello.
Let's look at the support from the parents within the community. Are they helping in making sure that you get volunteer teacher or?
So his name is Mr. Maurice Sirleaf, and he should be celebrated. People like Mr. Maurice Sirleaf are the ordinary heroes of Liberia. These are the stories that should be making rounds all across the country. The likes of Mr. Sirleaf, who are all across Liberia in the various villages, to get to where this interview was conducted, 4 hours, 33 minutes exact. 4 hours, 33 minutes to get to this village, Willie Village. It's in Clay District, Bombing County. 4 hours, 33 minutes to get to that village. And he has been running this school for 13 years. 13 years. He's a sound educator. Very sound, but very dedicated to the cause. Imagine one person teaching 90 students in various classes. How does he do it? Minister of Education, you need to locate Mr. Sirleaf. These are the ordinary heroes that should be getting keys to the city, meadows, and the rest for making sacrifices beyond human capability. Not those who can afford and pay for awards. Not those who are the creme de la creme. We award them. When they say National Teachers Day, we award Monrovia-based teachers. What about somebody like Mr. Maurice Sirleaf? Bombing County representatives and senators and the rest, you need to locate this man. He deserves an award. If we were able to drive 4 hours to get to him, because we saw this story, around 2 a.m. this morning, CEO who can sleep sent me a text and said we need to find this man. We need to verify this story, whether it's true. It's making rounds on social media. And I know there are so many other stories as such all across Liberia. Sacrifices of stories untold. One man for 13 years teaching an entire community. And he said something that was profound and striking. He said, look, if you look at me, check my pressure now, suffering from high blood pressure. Because I have to walk from this end to walk to that end to teach this class, to teach the other class. What if I drop and die? What becomes of the school? That school will be shut down. What becomes of those children? They'll collect their cutlasses and their hoes and go in the bush. And their future will be bleak. So if you're wondering what his name is, he is Maurice Sirleaf. And there are many other Maurices like him across Liberia. And for that reason, we will highlight these stories. These are the people that should be celebrated. It is also important, he stressed out, that the district representative since 2017 gave them 50,000 Liberian dollars to share on 32 volunteer teachers. He promised 100,000. And since 2017 up to present, they balance 50,000 elite in VLA. That the district representative is aware of the school. The district education officer is aware of the school. The county education officer is aware of the school. But what is being done? Nothing. One man. Even the building that they're in, that building, that structure, let me show you the structure. This is the structure. It was constructed by the Village Saving. You can see the name on it. Willie Town Village Saving. The Village Saving say, you know what? You're just being in a place for now. So ask yourself this question. What is the future of these children from Willie Town? With one teacher. What's the future for them? Representative gave 50,000 in 2017 to take care of 32 volunteer teachers. And since then, one man teaching 90 students. Mr. Witherspoon, the assignment was done. We verified and authenticated the story. It's true.
We need a video. We need to put it up. We need to do this, Zama. This is the right thing. You are going. We want to say thank you. Happy President Day here from our end. Today is a holiday, so we will come up 50,000 Labor Day, not US. 50,000 Labor Day. Yeah. And we need to put a video up. We need to speak to him. We need to show his video. Very sad, very, very sad. The Minister of Education got no explanation for this. We are talking about Alex Tyler, Salif Tyler, and all the representatives. They have abandoned the school. Can we have the photo? Can we put a picture up? Maybe people don't know who Alex Tyler is. Maybe they don't know who Edwin Snow is. We have to go ahead and tell the people, those representatives, we got to put the picture up. And then we will play his video. Very, very concerning. They have turned the back on that. So how people sleep at night? I mean, can somebody just tell us, the school, right? The children attend the school. You got one puppet, all puppet. And that demo want to play, say, one all puppet. Petition say you were born. Everybody don't tell their body in the school. Everybody, welcome to Spoon. Welcome to Spoon. Everybody, the feeding school program say ain't reached there yet because Joe Mobile now, you collect all the money. We don't know which school he building for feeding program. We are in problem. We are in problem, our fellow Liberians. We are in problem. We want to say to all of you, come and share the show wherever you are. Let's make progress. But we are in problem, though. Do we have a video to play?
Yeah, I played excerpts. The video is on the page. It's not of its best quality because of the network connectivity lockdown. Kudos.
I have another video here. I think it will be fine. Let me download it. I'll upload that video as well and we'll play it. But I'm kind of concerned. It look like I kind of looking too black. I don't want to be looking too black though. I'm looking too black, right? Too dark, right? I kind of brown skin. Don't look at me. I cannot be dark skin like you. I kind of brown skin. Yeah, man. Every day we got problems. I kind of brown skin.
What was he to be dark?
I don't know. Maybe that's the lie. I don't think because it's cold. Yeah, I cannot be dark under the cold. I think that's the lie, or maybe that you trying to blend into my complexion. Yeah, you try to blend into my complexion. It will not work, damn. It will not work. Don't blend into my complexion, my man. But on a serious note, guys, let's say it as it is. We are in a problem. Our education system in a problem. The Fula Defense Force in a problem. The Lofa Defense Force in a problem. The LTMI, the president 2016 now, he said, listen, we're going to go to the today. He said, we got a problem. Whether LTMI will get that thing, we'll talk about it. We've been telling you about the Chief Justice, he jailed Prophet Key now, but what about the allegation that Prophet Key, let's forget about the Marcos and the Parcos, the allegation, Dama, right? That Prophet Key said the Chief Justice is corrupt. Those are his allegations, right? Will the Chief Justice address it? They will not match the Pasco now.
The proof is on the accuser. So if Prophet Key comes from Sote, and he says he's got evidence.
No, but if he accused me though, let me clear myself now, Damo, right?
Proceeding.
That one, I gotta clear myself. Let's agree. But the Chief Justice that get contempt power, that get power in the whole world, and he can only answer to God. Can he clear himself now that he's not that everything Prophet Key said a lot?
To clear, Prophet Key must present his evidence.
No. Prophet Key got no way to present evidence, not in incarceration. But can the Chief Justice, and those allegations are huge. And we'll discuss it tonight now.
So again, Prophet Key is the accuser.
But you have to Prophet Key from the jail and then he can't show evidence.
But I says more, maybe the court in his mercy.
No, we can't wait. This is our puppet. This is the Chief Justice.
What evidence is the Chief Justice going to speak?
That must start giving constitutional evidence, man.
The Papa Prophet keep causing Marcus and Parker, we agree. We say, okay, that one we're finished. We'll go to chapter 2. That was chapter 1. But the allegation that Prophet King put forth, can the Chief Justice now in his wisdom, can he address it too?
But my question is, has Prophet Key presented the evidence?
Let me see that watch on your hand. What kind of watch is that?
This is a knockoff.
What kind of watch you call knockoff?
Yeah, for the thrift store, like there. But the burden of proof is on the accuser to come up with evidence so that he's got the channel to do so. He can go to the House of Representatives.
Forget the accuser. This is the Chief Justice we're talking about. These are allegations that have weight. We cannot go for accuser no more.
So why you
they touch on our Chief Justice. Our Chief Justice, take your leader. He is
you want to take and stay in front of the white marker board or the projector and say, oh, this is what I suspect.
But I understand, Damon. So, Damon, you can listen to me, right? Listen.
Yeah, sure.
I agree that Prophet Key will come from Jay and Toy. I agree, right? But can the Chief Justice say something? Everything allegation against me made by Prophet Key is a lie, and I wait for him to show proof. At least let's just know that the Chief Justice addressed the other part 2 of this book. Part 1 was the mind power cause. The Chief Justice addressed it. Can we go to part 2 now? Will he leave part 2 hanging? I thought part 2 that the greatest one. I mean, Makura's son, you agree with me, right? And
why people to agree with you?
But I don't like people I like people to disagree with me. But I like to make sure my job is to convince people, right? You heard what the guy said. See, you play with our mind. Your job is to convince people to win them over. My argument today, right, is that the Chief Justice, in his wisdom, as per the Constitution, through his interpretation, put Prophet Key in jail for 6 months. But then what about the allegation that Prophet Key made about corruption? Can we hear something from the court? Wait, that Barton will ask again. Tell me,
so
okay, the man said, Tama said the sign is horrible. Tama, make an adjustment on your battery. Maybe you need to change your battery or you need to change. I don't know where you listen to us from. We'll get there. But again, Joseph Akpoli, CEO, it's true. Nathaniel B said, it's interesting. Bobo Okowola, what kind of name is that, my people? You call him Bobo. Bobo or Bobo, B-O-B-O. Akowala. I mean from Lofa County, maybe, I believe. He got to address part 2. Look at your wife said the man got to address part 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think the Chief Justice and all of the justices got to address part 2 of this major allegation, though. And those people that take money from Prophet Key and now they're funding Prophet Key, they got to get Prophet Key money back. He needed money. I'm seeing a video that DeLong took money from Prophet Key for a 2020 election. They don't say in his own word that Prophet Key sponsored his election and Prophet Key is on his election campaign team. So it's about time that they don't pay Prophet Key money back.
Why should he be repaying the money? Why? On what ground?
Because they don't say why Prophet Key been causing my cause and my cause that is wrong. You say it's wrong. If you can condemn the man today, you got to pay the man money back. Because through the Marco and Pascal, the man sponsor your campaign and the man were on your campaign team. So they don't got to pay it back. Oh man, you hold rope, go bush. And but you got a video. But that one upload the video. That would be fair with us, man. Be an objective journalist. Don't do that to us.
Make
that on your internet, man. What's going on with your internet, Damon? Damon, what's going on with your internet? Winfrey Russell, come on, I can see you in the back. We gotta know what's going on with Damon internet. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So if you agree with me, I just want to hear you, right? Couple of things we'll be talking about today. Great information coming to you today. The LTMI, it looks like they are winning this thing again. Salim Talon is quiet. He's not talking through the Ministry of Transport. President Bwaga through the Ministry of Executive Management Ministries. Oh man, Damo, we're losing you. We're losing you, Damo.
Some serious connection issues. You getting me? The internet is not its best.
But I can hear you though. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You were saying something. What were you saying?
I guess only I'm not uploading it. That's what I say now. What do I get? I'm uploading.
When you up, you get it. They don't clip. When he said Prophet Key gave him $2,000, and Prophet Key said that he put Prophet Key on his campaign thing. We are saying let they don't pay Prophet Key money back. We are fighting for Prophet Key. Prophet Key need money.
You're a winner.
Huh?
You're a winner. You're asking for the money back.
I mean, we mean anybody back. Don't put me there. We mean anybody.
Listen now. When you're asking Delon Senator Delon to refund the money, meaning you have to ask the entire United Party to refund money that Prophet Key raised too. Now where you're going? Now where you're headed to?
Anybody that took money from Prophet Key through his advocacy by causing Marcos and Parcos should get him money back. That's why I ask you too. Anybody that take money from him, no matter how it is, you took money from the man through the Marcos and Parcos, get my money back.
You beating around the bush. Like you say, anybody who took money, I know you to be a straight shooter, so why are you doing curveballs?
Yeah, that's the issue. I'm not afraid. I don't know who all took money from Prophet Key. You talking about 2020 to 2023. The only person I have on record admitting that they took money from Prophet Key that they don't. Because you can't call that one dry. If you get any clip that somebody took money from Prophet Key, tell me, we'll go beyond them.
He himself said that he raised money for campaign.
That Prophet Key own, till you can tell who you get the money to, then we'll go after that person. That Prophet Key own. You gotta be sophisticated. They know it's on clip.
You have something against your NTA brother. Why are you singling him out amongst everybody else? Because you say you get clipped?
No, but listen, I love to do this thing when I get documentation in my hand, when I get evidence. When I saw the thing that was posted by Kev Hassan, I thought Kev was lying. And then Kev sent me the information, right? And the information is clear. They don't say $2,000 came to his campaign. It went to Emmanuel Yato, their own campaign chairman. If it is true, and you know who was sitting with Delon? Mo was sitting there with Delon. So yes, but you know I never lie. Some of my boy I never lie. Yeah. No, that play.
Furthermore, we want to, in a special way, recognize and say thank you to Prophet Key.
So let me just a little bit. The message in a special way. We want to recognize and say thank you to Prophet Key. When I tell the holiday, we got nowhere to go. We're sitting here and talk all day. Let's go share the show. No, we got nowhere to go. The message in a special way. We want to recognize and say thank you to Prophet Key. So you got to understand, Damo, I'm not beating on Delon. Not because of the Mozzarella Senate seat, that they don't going to run again. We respect that. And between him, Jefferson Koji and Martin Colley and all the other people.
Has he decided that he's running?
They don't run. They don't just waiting for a couple of people to announce that they're not running, then they don't run. No, don't change the conversation. Don't change the conversation. No. They're not afraid, right? Give me the picture. Put the picture up. Give me a picture.
Yes, picture.
No, give me the picture. If certain people announce that they're running, they know what I run. You can talk Martin. They don't worry about Martin Cuddy. You can talk Johnson Coach. They don't worry. There's such an individual need to say I in the race that they don't run. Remember my stuff, man. We know that people. Such an individual.
Why you like to just give small and lead the other one like that? Why you like to leave people hanging?
Because if you leave people hanging, they come out tomorrow. Because they won't drop. You leave them hanging, they will come out tomorrow, or else they will drop. But a lot of people know. If they don't hear certain names, such as certain names, they know when I'm wrong. You ask you running, you might say,
the president did not go for you. President did not go for you.
No, it's beautiful. Man. You know where I'm coming from? Up here, yeah. It's beautiful. We're gonna have a good show. We got everybody coming on. We got everybody coming on. But I will say this. They don't need to give Prophet Key money back. He need that $2,000 to buy a mattress for the jail.
Who told you get mattress?
That mattress, that old mattress, get bed bugs in it. You need a brand new mattress. The man needed $2,000. They don't need to get Prophet Key money back because they don't take Prophet Key money, right? And for his campaign. And Prophet Key will cost him my cost and power cost before they don't take the money.
It's tinted. That's why you see it?
Yes. So if you celebrating Prophet Key in jail, then get Prophet Key money back. That's the honorable things to do. That's exactly what you need to do. And we'll bring it on the floor. We will bring it on the floor to sell it tomorrow. We'll bring it on the floor to sell it tomorrow.
You sounding like two children that grew up or growing up, and then one person man say go pick rotten for your friend. I mean, building. He say, oh, because you go pick the rotten now, so all my flag you go pay back to me.
No, that one that children in the man business.
Yeah, but why you making it alone that because somebody benefited from somebody before and now the person is being punished? You don't want them to speak the truth or their truth? Is that what you're saying? That the man should hide under the fact that he collected money before so he can speak his mind?
It like getting a quote, but let me be frank. Two things we're talking about Delon here. We play that clip when the guys come in, right? Delon must pay Prophet Key money back.
Why are you using must? Is it important to pay the money back?
What things to do? If you condemn Prophet Key on the act that you are causing my cost and power cost, and then not jail him for 6 months, and you are saying the Supreme Court was right, then you are in error for taking out my cost and power cost money. So the honorable things to do, you got to pay the money back and be on the clear. Number one. Number two, the law will never announce openly on the social media online, on the national television that he start running. Because if they don't announce that he start running, right, it will be premature for the law. They don't care about Martin Colley say he running. They don't care about Jefferson Koji say he running. They don't look at two names.
Care about that's running. You still can't
see, you are not giving me a chance. You're making my nose to run. I gotta go drink some more pepper soup. Two names. If they don't hear those two names in the race, and the prophet on Labura saw, they don't will not run.
Labura?
Yeah. If the prophet,
in Labura.
No, listen to me. I said when it comes to Labura, I don't know where they are. Maybe someone in Labura, I don't know.
But you said when the prophet on Labura saw it, so that means all of Labura.
I said if. It means that they don't get Una wrong when people that know people tell them to run.
When people that know people.
You think they don't care about CDC? They don't worry about CDC. He doesn't care about Unity Party helping him. But you know the way in which they don't run with 4 political parties supporting him. You know that, right? CPP. Let's see what they're doing for a minute. The country looking very terrible today for any imposition. If you say you're running and we define you and go back in your history, that's problem. So what is happening here today? And I want Liberians to know this. Delon can never openly announce that he's running. He will never, except certain individual gave Delon the blessing. So go ahead.
Because earlier on, you told me for sure that he's running. So how did you
say that? Huh? No. Listen. I said Delon cannot announce that he's running.
No, you said he's running for sure.
No.
You said he's running.
No. I am saying with a condition, certain individuals got to tell Delon, say, Delon, we are not running. We're not in this race. You are free to run.
Yeah, they didn't want to have a future in their hands?
Yes.
They must be.
Individual put in the race, Delon cannot win election in Montserrat.
Okay. For 1 month to produce the show continuously, even when you send me on any assignment, I'll say no. Give me 1 year.
Say that again.
1 month, I will continuously produce the show. Even you send me on assignment, I'll say no.
People that will tell you one name that may surface that will scare the heck out of the law. Ask them. We got Winifred Russell here. I'm saying that these are the people that will make the decision. These are the people that are angry with the law in Montserrat County. These are the people that will be voting. And the question will be, what have they not done for the people of Montserrat County? How many years?
Yeah,
okay? No, Damon.
I'll give you the people that are going.
Damon, let me be serious for one. And everybody know, right? 2 things I brought today on the lawn. We got a lot to cover. Again, we got, how you call it, Yakwagudo from district number 10, Yeke Yakwagudo Koruba coming on, the representative, right? The message without cause, my cause, and my cause again. He afraid of, we say. I say thank you for that. But I will say this. Let's stay to chapter 1 of the Delon conversation. Chapter 2, I know he will not run till the green light is given to him.
Now, who the traffic management officer again? I get a green light.
But now traffic management, now the President Bagate from Ministry of Transport and sent to LTM, I will discuss it too. Please put out information up there. But wait for Russell. Brother Russell, welcome to the show. I'm not making a mistake here. Delon can never announce. Maybe it's too early, number one. But what he's doing, he cannot announce that he's running because his running is based on the condition that people out there have to give him the green light. Some people put their name in that race, Delon is in trouble. Money for money. Joel witnessing. You know what we're talking about, Russell? Pound for pound. Punch for punch. So Delon will be in trouble. But, you know, these people got to sit back and say, Delon, you are blessed. Go in peace. If they don't say I'm lying, let Delon announce that he's not running.
It's a prophetic championship. They put out saying be blessed and go out there participating.
But Russell, to you and Kev, let me say this though. I don't want to make this a conversation either. Delon is not afraid of Martin Cody. If Martin Cody running, Delon is not afraid of how you call him Jefferson Koji. If Jefferson Koji running, because these are the things that Delon 2 people Delon afraid of. 2 Liberian Delon afraid of. If they put the name down instead of running, Delon is in trouble. Maybe you know more than 2, but these are the 2 permanent Liberian I know that can get Delon run for his money, and Delon will not make it. What say you, Winfrey Russell? Quickly, what say you, my brother? Don't even say out to anybody. That jump into it. Don't say out to anybody. They don't care about your heart.
Nobody here for me to say. What's up, Diamond and
I'll see what Chief answer.
I'm okay, brother. So no, I don't think Delon's afraid of anybody. I think Delon is very confident. I mean, and if Senator Delon decided he were to get up tomorrow, he decided to run for re-election, I don't think his calculation is going to be based on who is jumping in, whether it's Martin Colley or not. Now, if Henry Costa, though, my friend Henry Costa, who's also a good friend of Delon, decided to run, you know, maybe he might give Delon a run for his money, but I don't think that will make Senator Delon to shiver or cow in a corner or anything. I mean, he would take it on. I mean, you know, there's a lot of power in incumbency. And as an incumbent senator, he has the advantage. Now, granted, Costa, for example, if it were Costa had a lot to do with Senator Delon winning that seat. But now things have changed. The dynamics are now different. You know, the dynamics are different. So I think at the end of the day, it is left up to Senator Dillon whether to run or not. I don't think it's going to be based on whether Martin Cully or whether anybody else were to jump in the race and decided to run. I don't think that's going to be. I don't think he's going to base his decision on that.
Again, Russell, two individuals. Now you're adding Costa. I said three because the two individuals that we know, they are not. Costa name wasn't mentioned. But you added Costa, I would say three, but I think DeLon is not like 2020. I think DeLon is in trouble. Yeah, let me bring in Kev Hassan. Okay, Fico, let's just talk on the surface because we still got 5 more minutes. What do you think about DeLon? We'll talk about paying for keep money back. But there's a reason why DeLon cannot announce today. There's a reason why it's kind of too scary for DeLon because he does not have the popular vote anymore. And those people have to vote for DeLon. But when those names are mentioned, Kev, what are you thinking? What are some of the names that can scare the heck out of DeLon?
Well, it's two prominent Liberian, I believe, that if they enter the race today, it's over for DeLon, completely over. Countryman and Stanton Witherspoon, they enter today, that's it. Finish. No if, no up and down. Stanton enter the race today, that's it for DeLon. Countryman enter the race, that's it. It's a wrap.
Countryman, who's that?
They call him original Countryman, and he's one of the he's popular in Liberia too. We work together on so many projects with the 1,000 Bank of Rest giveaway. But Kev, you putting my name in a serious issue, yeah. But the people, I don't know if you are different, dude, Kev. You put him in a situation, yeah. But to tell you the truth, though, I think we're hearing other names coming up, and I want to say there's no more CPP. Welcome to the show, Jacob. We just brushing something off here. And there's a reason why I kept that DeLon cannot announce whether he's out or he's in. He's doing it through the Jade, the backdoor conversation. But if DeLon a man, he will come and say yes.
Some of the people figure out DeLon now, because you see the coming of the Unity Party and expose people like DeLon, expose their lies, all of his lies around town. Imagine the people homes are being demolished. Have you ever seen DeLon on the street there? The sitting senator going to the people aid or saying something?
Though, I think we should make this Sir Joseph too. Sir Joseph went to Hotel Africa once, but I'm not saying what they are doing for the people of Monserrato. So to believe that DeLon can run on what DeLon will be running on, Jacob Chala.
That's the thing. Where you be running on?
And who are those in there that will scare the heck out of DeLon in Monserrato County? Because there's a reason DeLon not talking whether he will run. But if you put forth money for money, door knocking, grassroots, community per community, district to district, remind the Liberian people that Monserrato have to change. Because through Monserrato is a crab. And through the crab, the coffee, drink water. So the question is, who DeLon is afraid of? Who's scaring the heck out of DeLon? That he just, not comfortable now to say I'm running. But back there, he said, I'm not running. I know, yeah. Jacob, talk to us. We'll start the show here, Jacob. Talk to us.
Yeah, no. For DeLon, I think DeLon has a huge problem. So almost like we have to reconstruct 2029 or
take it away, Russell. Jacob can come back. Take it away, my brother.
No, I mean, there are some names I'm hearing. I mean, I know I dropped one of them, which is my friend Costa, but I have not spoken to Costa yet about that. It's just hypothetical, right? We're just putting this stuff out there. But yes, I mean, I have received words of from two credible, highly influential, very powerful individuals who are contemplating on challenging Senator Dillon for that seat. But I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know how far it's going to go. So we have to wait and see. But I don't think, again, the Senator Dillon that I know, I know him a little bit. It's not like, we're cool and all of that. He's good people. But I don't think he's going to be afraid or timid or feel timid about running based on who is jumping in the race. Granted, there are a number of people out there, or not a number, but 2 folks out there who I think are very strong and could give him a run for his money. There's no question about that. I agree with you.
Do you think, okay, so Dillon, that small part of Liberty Party, right? That Liberty Party that cannot, shake, Yombly doing her extremely well, and Dillon is helping her, but we got Liberty Party that majority of the folks in Grand Bassa, and Liberty Party didn't win election for Dillon, Jacob 2020. It was CPP, CPP no longer in existence, and who Dillon going to, depend on to win. So the issue here is that some names out there that every day they call, I say, my man, I wish you Lord go and try. But I'm only talking about Dillon here because of Muscarado County. It's concerning that Dillon probably may not come back. He may drop this mic and say, I call it a day. Jacob, I think he will.
Yes. Me too, like I was saying before the LEC left, we almost have to kind of reconstruct 2019 or 2020 to give Dillon a kind of a fighting chance in the upcoming 2029 elections. As we all know, Dillon came to power on the back of a grand coalition of opposition political parties. The ANC, the Unity Party, the Liberty Party, of course, also based on the momentum in the country at the time and all the things that were happening with the CDC government, all of that. So Dillon rode on a massive wave to the Senate. Now, do we have that kind of scenario right now? It's hard. That's not the case. Because right within the Rescue Alliance, in the Unity Party Alliance, we know that the chairman of the Unity Party is also contemplating on contesting for Muscarado. I don't know whether you guys talk about that. Chairman Luther Tappen. So getting the Unity Party support is going to be another very difficult thing to do. Now, Liberty Party on its own, Dillon and Yombly, them have kind of like literally damaged the Liberty Party chances. As a structure, the party is almost like, it looks so different today. So the party doesn't have that structure. They don't have that kind of momentum because they almost like buried inside the Unity Party. So how is Dillon going to gather that kind of grand coalition to give himself a fighting chance? I don't see that. So, like the coalition where I heard about Koji contest, he comes from a big party, also the CDC, and there's a possible opposition coalition that could potentially evolve. So I don't think they don't have a great chance. And I think the reason why he's doing hide and seek right now, he's not very clear about his chances moving forward because the Unity Party, I don't think they're able to rally around him. He had like 2 terms in the legislature. I don't think he has the message, to rally Muscarado behind him in the coming 2029. So he has a difficult job. And I also don't think he has really performed at the legislature. Compared to people's expectations. People are expecting many things that he's going to do, that he was going to do. And I think a lot of people are very disappointed around his performance. So he has a tall or a difficult job.
Do you think so? Are you saying that Dillon is choked right now? Because if independent have to take this, right, and run with it, because what a CDC, you got a kid. So listen, CDC didn't serve Muscarado right. Unity Party, you know exactly what on the street, right? People looking for that redeemer. People looking for that real light, the light that will shine, the light that came into the world, and the Bible says, and the light came into the world, and the darkness comprehend it not. The darkness will not comprehend such a light. But it's Dillon that light down to take the people to a whole another level here and make them believe, because Jesus Christ says the darkness comprehend it not. Because that light was a spotlight.
Yeah, and many people believe that the light bulb bust. It hasn't. really welcome. I mean, look at, for example, the legislature. Many Liberians are very dissatisfied over the performance of the legislature. I mean, our political leader Musa Hassan Belete made a point today on one of the local networks that the legislature is a huge letdown, a huge disappointment. And Delon said he was going there to draft change at the legislature. It hasn't quite worked out. Now he was in opposition. He's now in the ruling government. And as you also know, Stanton, the ruling party is always going to struggle in Montserrat. So Delon wrote on the back of an opposition message.
And again, thank you very much. This is just a side conversation. This is just a side conversation. Yeke Koduba, let's welcome you, Representative District Number 10, Montserrat County. Well, I mean, what you make of Delon, though? I'm hearing names out there. The reason why Delon cannot announce yet, because some powerful names coming on, and they will outspend him. The message are very, very clear. There's no more CPP unity to take Delon and make it right. Yeke is out. Dr. Richards said, welcome. And let's hear you, Dr. Richards. What do you think about this opposition wave that about to come and fight Delon? And also, Delon himself, what will he be running on? What would be that message, Dr. Richardson? Welcome to the show. This is just our 10-1. This is not a meeting. Damo, come back. We'll finish with you here. Come back, Damo.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton, and thank you to all of our audience that are listening to us. I want to say hello to the panelists, to my cousin-in-law, Mr. Russell. Hello, and to all of you. It's great to be here. I'm going to pass on the issue regarding Delon because I'm not in opposition. I know there's a opposition cohesion. I would like to say cohesion as opposed to unity. And let me just pass my thoughts on that. Let me just gather my thoughts and then I'll pass on that for now. Thank you. Welcome, Representative.
I don't understand. You say you're Delon opposition?
You did mention something about opposition.
I'm asking you why Delon chances are winning. Then you say opposition. What do you have to do with opposition?
No, because you told me he ran on the back of opposition.
Yeah, that's not what we're coming. We're talking about now. That's 2020. We're talking about now.
Okay,
can Delon win Montserrat?
I must have misunderstood your question. You were saying, so you told me what I heard was he ran on the back of opposition unity. What is he going to run on now? And my thoughts to you were, I didn't really process that yet, so I just wanted to pass if I could.
Okay, so you ready to talk now? Can Delon run again 2029? Yeah, man. You're trying to play us that, Richard. If you don't want to comment on it because you're Delon's sister-in-law, I understand.
I didn't say because they don't say law.
What I heard, so you don't want to comment on it. Let's go to Yeke. Yeke, Dr. Richardson, how do something here?
I'm not afraid of talking about Delon or whosoever, but it's just that I'm not.
Richardson don't want Stanton. Yeah, Stanton wants to support Delon.
You know, I read something in the chat room where you or somebody put
don't bring our chat room conversation out, Dr. Richardson. It's against the code.
Yes, okay. That's the only thing I want to talk about now and know about. So.
Yeke, let's hear you. What's going on with Delon? Who is scared of? But anyway, on a serious note, Yeke, should Delon return Prophet Key money back to him?
Yeah.
Let's discuss that because every one of them that condemning Prophet Key today say Prophet Key can cause my cause and power cause. They were in bed with Prophet Key. They benefited from Prophet Key. Whether you were cursing, whether you were hanging out with them. But today, they say it's okay that Prophet Key go to jail. Let me play this real quick, and that's the reason why I'm talking about Delon today. You know, Delon is my friend. I'm a brother for MTA, but I'll beat on him like I beat on everybody, right? So let's play this. And let the Liberian people tell us whether Delon should give Prophet Key back his $2,000. Take a listen.
Also, Nigeria, apart from the campaign. Furthermore, we want to, in a special way, recognize and say thank you to Prophet Key and his supporters for raising the amount close to 2,000 United States dollars that they have already forwarded to our campaign team through Chairman Emmanuel Yato and for onward transmission to the campaign team in Liberia. Prophet Key and his supporters, the support base, they too appreciate that and a part of our campaign.
Yeah. Should they not get Prophet Key money by now? Now that he in jail for Marcos and Parcos?
Stanton, let me say good evening to your panelists on the show. And Stanton, you know, we have to be sincere to the Liberian people. And not only Dillon, Master benefited from Prophet Key. Prophet Key raised up to 600 US for me. Yes, I remember. So we all benefited from Prophet Key. So this issue is not about Prophet Key. This issue is about moral issue. Even the Chief Justice benefited from Prophet Key. You know how he benefited from Prophet Key? Prophet Key fought to bring this government to power that make Yami Gbese Chief Justice today. So he needs to pay for Prophet Key back. So it's not only Dillon. You know, it's bad to benefit from something and try to criticize it. It's wrong, that deception. And that's what people are doing. It's wrong. This situation is not about Prophet Key. This situation is about bringing the justice system to the lowest, taking the Supreme Court from Supreme Court level and bringing it down to ministerial court level. That's what we're talking about. So I don't want to dignify Dillon right now. 2029, we decide what happened to Dillon. We're here watching the process. We are studying the process. And at that point, we as an independent candidate will make our input and make our decision. I may be on the ballot for the presidency. So we will be there.
But what say you, though? I will keep Dr. Richardson for last. I don't know if I can bring the producer in here. Listen to the recording, Russell. Should they don't pay Prophet Key $2,000 back and apologize to the Liberian people? Prophet Key.
Gerald Onspoon, I'll call you.
And Russell, should they don't pay Prophet Key $2,000 back and apologize to the Liberian people?
I don't know about apologizing to the Liberian people, but I think the ethical thing to do would be for him to return the money. Yeah, but at least that's how we do it here. I don't know what folks would do back there, but that would be the most ethical thing to do, Stanton. So if you are getting money from someone, I mean, in this country, I mean, we see that all the time. They will, and this someone was accused of. I mean, you see what is happening now with Epstein. All the people who just a mere communication with Epstein, they were tinted. They were in some serious trouble. So yes, if Prophet Key has been convicted, many of us disagree with the approach that the Supreme Court took and the justification that they gave to put him in jail. But now he's in jail. I guess it's settled law, settled case. It's the Supreme Court, and so I think the prudent and ethical thing for any government official or any elected official, for that matter, including Senator Dillon, would be to step forward and give that money back that they receive from the likes of Prophet Key.
And this is exactly what we're talking about. Let me bring in Jacob, Damaslega, then Kev raised this issue, of course. And I think it's important to discuss it, Jacob. Now we know that Prophet Key is in jail for causing mine course and power course. But through that instrument, Prophet Key raised a lot of money and helped a lot of candidates, right? Home and abroad now. And they were successful. The law is on clip saying Prophet Key raised close to 2,000. And he's part of my campaign team. They don't deny it. When it was posted on social media, he said he never said anything like that. So it made me think about some of the congressmen that we have here that Brother Russell said. Then when you catch them through their own recording, then they backtrack. Should they don't pay Prophet Key money and apologize to the people of Montserrat and Liberia, people home and abroad? Jacob?
I don't know, but yeah, I think Dillon and the whole Unity Party team and the Green Party infrastructure have been condemning Prophet Key for the way he communicates. I mean, myself, I don't like his communication, but the point is, for some of us, we've never liked that style of communication from day one. So how come now, the likes of DeLon and these Unity Party people have become kind of like a hypocrites overnight, like not embraced and continues what the guys were doing before because it helped them gain political power. And right now, they're saying that action is wrong and is bad. The question is, when did they get to realize that Prophet Key's style of communication was terrible, was bad? That for me is deeply hypocritical, because the audience and the momentum and the and the kind of energy the Prophet Key content was able to develop and attract was basically based on the fact that the DeLon and the rest of the guys countenanced it and promoted it. So if that form of communication raised money for you and help you to gain power, so why are you now coming back to say that's dangerous speech and the guys shouldn't? So if you were wrong before, then you rather confess and repent from your wicked ways, as a preacher would say. And that would possibly require you maybe refunding funds that you benefited from through the same medium and the method Prophet Key used today that landed him in South Beach. So I think that would be the wise thing to do.
So those of you that are joining us, we want to say share the show. Thank you for spending a beautiful day, holiday. Nobody want to wear the children. They didn't go to school. We been home. It snowed a little bit. When it was snowing last year, we grabbed our significant other. Those that don't have any, like they hold on to the pillow. But we had a good night, right? Everybody know that we did, and we up now having a metro show. We want to say, listen. Don't blame us because we married and you not married. We pray to God that you find somebody else, and even if you got significant order. But it's very cold there, and we use the call wisely. So he that have an ear, let him hear. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk. I also want to say,
referring to Damo? Is it Damo not married?
No, man, no comment. Damo ain't like brother. Damo get hit. Cool thing. But I want to say to you though, it's very important for us to say. What you're saying, we asking you. Those of you that follow us, we asking you. Should DeLon get Prophet Key money back? Now when DeLon, look at it. Look at the video. Mo Ali was sitting there. Mo Ali is in the video. You know that? My brother and friend Mo Ali is in the video. So everybody that Prophet Key helped, should they pay Prophet Key and apologize now? Because man calls is a law, you cannot cause man calls in Liberia now. That's a law. You can't call man calls, you can't call power calls no more. And people are happy, they embrace it. But should they now go back? I'm asking you guys, please, we'll take a vote, we'll open the line. Can you answer? Should DeLon and everybody else that in Prophet Key money and got the support, should they pay Prophet Key back? Give him the money back, give it to his wife. $2,000. They don't get afford it. Watch the video before we go to Dr. Richardson and Kevin Hassan. Watch the video. These are the things we talk about when we talk these things. People say, you ate a man money, you call him criminal. You ate a man money, you call him, you can cause my costs and power costs. But you get right to say that now it's bad. But when you're eating it, you didn't say what bad. So guys, listen to the video again and we ask you the question. Should DeLon apologize to the Liberian people? Moserado Senator, apologize to the Liberian people and pay with interest. It's 2020 November. So 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 6 years interest on the $2,000.
It does also Nigeria a part of the campaign. Furthermore, we want to in a special way.
You see Mo Ali saying that? Yeah, Mo Ali right there. Mo Ali was skinny like hell, though. Go look at Mo Ali now. That Mo Ali right there, he was skinny like hell, but now you're all fat with beast of it.
Close to $2,000 United States dollars that they have already forwarded to our campaign team through Chairman Emmanuel Yato and for onward transmission to the campaign team in Liberia. Prophet Keith, and his supporters, the support base, they too appreciate that and a part of our campaign.
So let me ask you, Dr. Richardson, before we go to Kev, I broke this story this morning in all of the chat room. Thank you very much, Kev. I think you did something smart today. You found a video, and that was unique of you because people say you are lying. I couldn't comment. I thought you were lying actually. But when you found a video, I said, oh, wow, this is serious. So, Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. Should they not pay Prophet Keith money back?
Yes. Especially if he claims that my cousin is illegal and could land you in jail. He will send a great signal to the Liberian people that he is not deceptive and he's not hypocritical. And he just learned that what Professor Key did, or, engaging my cousin is wrong. He has to put that piece there. He just learned that because based on everything that I've seen, Professor Key being who he is, Prophet Key has been who he is. You were calling you Prophet Key has been who he is for years. Okay, he's been using the words that he uses for years, and now we are learning that it's a personal matter, and personal matters in our judicial system can land you in court if you caught someone personally. Okay, it's not about the whole nation. It's not about freedom of speech, because if it was, Prophet Key had a whole show on me. He had a whole show on Center. He had a whole show on many of us here. Then it would have been illegal because he insulted a worthy Liberian citizen like me. But we see that did not happen. And we could even bring Judy Andy's case into the argument. That did not happen until he specifically addressed his mom cousin to Justice Bussey. Then that's when a couple of things happened. He was fast-tracked. They didn't go to the civil court, the court before that he reached to the Supreme Court. He went straight to the Supreme Court. That's the first thing that happened. The second thing that happened is Judge Bussey became the judge, the jury, to decide the case. Is that how it should work in legal matters? Shouldn't you have at least a jury of your peers? But we didn't see that. And secondly, Judge Bussey was playing a dual role, which in our language, to some degree, conflict of interest. He was being the one who was.
We'll get to Judge Bussey because we want to talk about the allegation, the other allegation. Let's stick with Delon first. Okay. We'll get to Judge Bussey because Judge Bussey. I answered
the question already. I said he should pay. Then okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we'll come back with Judge Bussey because Prophet Key accused him of property and corruption. Whether the Chief Justice will address that. We'll get to Chief Justice Bussey shortly. Kev, let's end this thing with you. What's going on here? Should Delon pay back Prophet Key and apologize to the Liberian people?
Stanton, the answer is yes. But Stanton, the reason folks are seeing every day coming up with different posts on this thing, because the Unity Party claiming a moral ground here. They're all over the place. J. Prophet Keys, this is not the country we want. But Russell, we said that before. We said that on this platform. We asked, and one of my favorite lines on this platform, I used to say, will you take Prophet K in your living room and insult the way he insulting? Will you take Prophet K in your living room? The Unity Party people say, get out, move from here, that freedom of speech. And Delon, Darius Delon, added him to his campaign team. When I did that post, Delon reached out to me and he denied. He said, that's not true. There's no video out there existing. I said, Delon. So I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said, Delon, I said, maybe you forgot. Delon said, no, there's nothing there. And yeah, the video here said Prophet Key is part of our campaign. He then clear. But at that time, guys, Prophet Keys were insulting Joel Howard Taylor. Prophet Keys were insulting Joel mother, President William mother. They say it was free speech at that time. They stood up. And matter of fact, they went on his show. Dillon went on the Prophet Keys show. Amin Moda went on the Prophet Keys show. Mo Ali went on the Prophet Keys show. They campaigned with him. Amin Moda was the chairman of the Unity Party. They campaigned with him. And now what is saying? The same people going against now the plotting for Yekere, but they campaign with him with a needed Yekere. The same people, they use them, they abuse them, and now they are refusing them. How can the Unity Party claim that?
Thank you.
So that's why I think to dig out all this old video and bring them back so people can remember. That's why I'm going back. That's why Ricky is not my guy, but I'm going back. And every day I'll be coming out post, I'll be coming out video to show the Liberian people that the Unity Party, they're very, very fake. They claiming.
There you have it. I want to say to all of you again, welcome to the show. We're getting there. We got about 4 more minutes. 9:30. We're going to get in Zigo. We got the LTMI letter that was sent from the executive mansion today. Our LTMI should be, you will read the letter. You have read the letter, but I kind of confused like how. What the personal position, the government position on this thing, right? We're going to ask a question about Chief Justice Bese. I mean, is he going to speak to the allegation that he's corrupt? Those allegations that Prophet Key put out there and said, Chief Justice, you get homes, you get everything, you're corrupt. But Chief Justice didn't address it. He addressed the man cost and power cost. We're going to talk about the Fuller Defense Force. Another scary day in our country. Who are those people that talk about they are Fuller Defense Force? Are we having a military group somewhere waiting to do some bad things in the country? We're going to talk about other issues in the country that brought Yeke on tonight. What's going on, my people? But let me give you guys a chance. Those of you that just joining us, what's the more thing to do? Allow Dillon to pay back the $2,000, call Prophet Key Webb in his office and send the $2,000 to her and apologize on the floor of the Senate for receiving money from Prophet Key while he knew that Prophet Key was causing marriage costs and power costs. And I left what my brother Russell said, it's like the Epstein file. Hanging out with the big boys. Being a pedophile, messing with all the little girls. As alleged. But guess what happened? They don't say get Prophet Key money. Are you calling for Dillon to return the $2,000 and apologize to the Liberian people, my fellow Liberian? Yeah, it's very clear. They don't get afford the money, but we need open apologies on the Senate floor. Augustin, welcome to the show. Chief Fubi Herrings, Dr. Bobla, we need to move on, but we'll give you guys 30 seconds each because we got 1 minute left, and then we'll jump with extra 30 seconds. What do you think? Should Dillon apologize? Haven't you seen this video and you heard what Dillon said? Should he apologize? Uncle Sam, let's start with you, Chief Fubi, Dr. Bobla, then we'll move on.
Look, these are the most vicious people ever in the history of Liberia, the way they came to power, right? They would do anything, they would do everything, and they would try to and they would muster their surrogates. They have a whole machine. The whole machine would try to, what is black, they would try to make it white. What is white, they'll try to make it black. That's what they're good at. But unfortunately for them now, the Liberian people are seeing through their hypocrisy. They're seeing through their venom, and they're seeing through that these are not people that want peaceful coexistence. These are people that want power at all costs, okay, to suppress and oppress the Liberian people, right? I mean, imagine they elevated this young man to stardom. This young man in Morocco who was using all kinds of vulgarity against Liberian women, using female cuss that You will not take it to not even forget about church, a living room with teenagers in there. And they supported this individual, brought him into prominence. Talking about a jail the last time to make him to campaign for Senator Koga. That's who they are. They will never change. They're a bunch of power-hungry people. That's all they are. They're all they're interested in. Okay? And they have the machine, they may have the machinery, tens of thousands of people that they coalesce together to just basically make lies to look like it's true. That's all they know how to do. And if you look at, since they've been in power for 26 months, you can't see any kind of imprint in terms of the real problems of the people, which is what? Reducing poverty, creating jobs, but they breaking down homes of people. They don't have a structure system in place, a cadastral system to determine who owns the land. They're talking about alley. You know how many times I've received letters for alley, and I've been in this house here since 1964, but I've gotten letter for alley for 3 years. It doesn't touch my house, but touches the fence. And I've taken the deeds to them, and it's still come again. I don't know what their intentions are, but listen, this boy has steel, and I'm not going to fight them with violence, but I'm going to fight them with everything that I have that my mother left me, because if I appear as a coward, they will suppress me, and ultimately they will suppress the people of Liberia. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. It's a strict question, guys. Let me make it short. I beg you, Phoebe. Thank you for joining us. Should they don't apologize? Yeah. Should they don't return Prophet Key money?
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. We look forward to a good show today. I will just start like this. In politics and in election, we need everybody's support and everybody vote once you are a Liberian. So the criminals will vote for you. You will not tell criminals they don't vote for me. We go to the Zogos in the ghettos, if it's small, they don't smoke, to encourage them to support us. So for me, I will not tell Delon to apologize to Prophet Key or return the money, because at that time, Prophet Key was not punished or collected for in prison for insulting. It is today that the Supreme Court have rewritten the rules, and even using insult as contempt power. And like you listen to the Chief Justice, he said we interpret the law, and and whatever we say is final. And that's a justification for being hashed with the level, the punishment that was levied against Prophet Key. So I cannot blame Delon for the 2020 issue. CDC had their own stuff. They didn't make use of it. The other party took advantage of it, and they wrote on it. Prophet Key supported we are in 2017. He even threatened that you're going to burn the office down if the election didn't go in we are favor. And they were all cool. There was a threat to the state. And CDC didn't condemn Prophet Key at that time. So we can't be condemning Delon now. And so, but I will not encourage them to apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand anything you just said, my brother. We're talking about today. You talk about CDC. I don't understand anything. So Delon is supporting Prophet Key because of my power costs. And you taking away by what are you talking about? You're in CDC. We're talking about the Supreme Court saying it was bad. Delon is a sitting senator. Man calls that Bati is illegal. Pa calls that Bati is illegal. They don't take Prophet Key money. What the bold thing to do? Should he apologize to the Liberian people and distance himself? But you said because CDC took the man vote, so it's okay. Let me go to Tadobopla. Let's hear you, my friend.
Good evening, Stanton. Good evening to all my friends, those who watch, those who listen, those who engage. Keep doing that, one night at a time, one conversation at a time. Stanton, tonight, I've heard and I've listened, and I said a lot about Prophet Key and the Supreme Court. Tonight, what's really on my mind is safety along the highway from Eldeve Junction to Boys Town Junction. There are no lines on the road.
But we're not talking about safety yet, we'll get to it. We'll ask you what's on your mind. Should they not apologize?
That's what's on my mind. That's what's on my mind.
Should they not apologize and return Prophet Key money? That's the question, yes or no? If you care to answer, sir.
I really have no say in that.
I Senator Musarado County. I mean, the whole people here under the Epstein file. It doesn't matter you're Liberian because you live in Musarado County. What's the more thing? Yeah, should he apologize to the Liberian people for taking Prophet Key money, knowing that he was causing my cause and prior cause? Bad one. Should he apologize and return the money?
I don't have enough information that's standard. I do.
You don't have which information you don't have?
No, enough information on the circumstances with Senator Dillon and Prophet Key's money.
Which one you want? Which one you want? Which one you want for me to give you? Which one you want me to give you? Tell me.
Okay, so Prophet Key Dillon took Prophet Key's money. Is that what you're saying? I don't have the background. I really don't.
Okay, let me play the clips. Let me play you. Listen to it. Will help you. Let me play. Yeah,
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it.
Let me play it. At least thank God we honest here. Let's play.
Also, Nigeria are part of the campaign team. Furthermore, we want to, in a special way, recognize and say thank you to Prophet Key and his supporters for raising the amount close to 2,000 United States dollars that they have already forwarded to our campaign team through Chairman Emmanuel Yato and for onward transmission to the campaign team in Liberia. Prophet Key and his supporters, the support base, they too appreciate it and a part of our campaign.
There you go. $2,000, the part of our campaign, they raised the money, they send it to the campaign. They don't send our money back now and apologize for taking the men that cost, my cost, and prior cost money. Should he do that? That'll problem.
I don't know that he should, because if you want to go that route, then there are plenty of people have been causing my cost, prior cost, and then we go back and rewind all the tapes and say yesterday, last year, 5 years ago. Santa, I really don't. I have no interest in that, didn't you? I really don't have no interest. I don't know that the man should return money. That's up to him. That's up to him, whether he want to return money or not. What I do know is that my cost, par cost shows a deficit in your vocabulary. It's totally unwarranted, it's unhelpful, and it's unnecessary, no matter who it comes from.
Thank you. You. I said, let's end with you. We got to move on. But me laugh. I said, let's hear you.
If you become rich as the result of criminal activities, they put you in jail for the future because the end does not justify the means. Not because you want to do good thing in the future, so you did bad thing from the start to get to that good in the future. The good thing in the future is as wrong as the bad thing you did to actually get there. Senator Dillon is my man. If Senator Dillon sees cussing to be wrong today, and that cussing was the one that made Senator Dillon to be where he is today, where he is as wrong as the cussing that made him to be where he is. The fairest thing to do is for Senator Dillon to return the money. If he sees cussing as bad, and that cussing was a part reason why he is today, where he is as bad as the cussing that made him to be there. And I will listen to my brother Kev. This is the hypocrisy you see from the side of Unity Party. You know, when we were coming up, we always heard that politicians can do anything to win power. We didn't know that until we started seeing the United Party. Today, the United Party is bragging that we took action against Prophet Key. It's not about the action you took against Prophet Key. It's about your hypocrisy to get where you are as the result of what Prophet Key did and seeing the exact same thing as wrong today. When Prophet Key was helping the Unity Party, what was wrong? It wasn't wrong. It is now wrong in 2026 now, simply because United Party has gotten what they wanted at the expense of the wrong that Prophet Key was doing yesterday when it was right to them. Again, we are seeing in real time all of those things we imagine never to have seen in life. Prophet Key is in jail because he insulted somebody. Let us just start apologizing to the late mother of President Weah, whom I wish President Bouaka can now come to the forefront and apologize to for the insult that Prophet Key, who supported him, who he gave money, minted against President Weah's mother. Let us also apologize to the First Lady, the former First Lady, Madam Clara Weah. I wish President Bouaka to take up the courage and now come and apologize. Say, you know what?
Thank you. Let's go, because thank you very much, Asido. Thank you. Want to say to all of you, I think.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes,
Can
sir.
I ask a quick question? The money that Prophet Key raised for Senator Dillon, he raised it from cussing? Because he raised it from cussing, they should return the money.
No, you're asking me.
Yes,
you're asking me. I played the clavicle. In all of Prophet Kid's life, saying my boy, when you're in my womb, he been cussing. And on that show, when he raised that money, he was cussing CDC. Baba went to when he raised that money. On that show, that he and his supporter raised that almost 2,000, go watch it. Go watch it. Cussing City Baba way. Something I would never make mention because my mom watching Spoon Talk. Even my mother watching, God watching me, you know I don't cuss.
And it was on that show that he raised the money and gave it to
He raised the money. Yeah.
So if he raised the money, cussing people, and then the senator today thinks that it's okay, then that's wrong. Then yes, you should do that. That's integrity. I never watched that show, and I didn't have that background.
Yeah, you know, you're right.
If he denigrated people to raise money and give it to him, if he denigrated people to raise money in the midst of profanity and all of that and give it to the senator and was okay with the senator, then today the same prophet, you can't come back and say X, Y, and Z. So if that's the case, then yes, then he should do the right thing, the honorable thing. Because I wouldn't receive money from anybody, even for my campaign, if you're denigrating fellow Liberian, cussing people and trying to belittle people. It's wrong. There's a thing called integrity. We all got to try to have it, even in a time of desperation when you want position. You got to maintain your integrity.
Thank you for coming back to Sunday school. Thank you very much, Dr.
Yeah, but stand up before you go, though. But Dr. Brooklyn, I agree with you. I only wanted to say, Dr. Brooklyn, even if Prophet Key had not insulted the same day he collected the money, why would you want to justify? Because he didn't insult that same day. So it is okay to even get it from a person who have insulted throughout his life. I don't think that's a justification, Dad. You cannot tell me.
We got to go. I said, thank you. We got a lot to go to talk about today. Really we do. Russell, I give you 10 seconds, my brother.
No, I just wanted to ask. There are very few things I agree with Isaac Doe on, and I like the point that's the same point I would have raised. But I just wanted Dr. Brooklyn and others, who have been, I'm sure, watching the news and following things. Have you heard or have you followed the Jeffrey Epstein case here in America? Dr. Brooklyn, that's a question to you.
Have I followed who?
There is a case involving a convicted pedophile who is dead now. He committed suicide, allegedly committed suicide. Mm-hmm. But that case involved a whole bunch of high-profile men from all over the world, including the former prince of the UK. I mean, that's the reason why he was dethroned, because of his link to that case. So I was just wondering if you heard about that and the fallout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I followed the Epstein case.
Okay. And so there are a lot of similarities here, and that's part of what you're saying. So it doesn't, but anyway, so you've seen it. you follow it, and you've seen the fallout. So okay.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say thanks to all of you. We have to say this because we got to hold our lawmakers and folks in government responsible, accountable, and they should be professional enough. And I hope they don't come up. What I would say here, they don't should give the money back and apologize. Not only DeLong, everyone that in government that took money from Prophet Key under the condition, the only way he raised that money to cost Marcos and Parcos, they should be bold enough as they condemn Prophet Key and celebrate that he's going to jail. They should return the money back to him and apologize to the Liberian people. They should. DeLong is outspoken. He should. He shouldn't go to bed quietly and think that these videos are not online. It's an embarrassment to our culture. It's an embarrassment. Don't tell me about the law, because the very law we get, all of them get, they're speaking different. You know, we got a law in the country that went through the Louis Arthur Grand School of Law, but all of them interpreting the thing differently. All of them. Some of them for political interest because they're scared of the Chief Justice. They get their cases in front of him. Some of them because of travel interest, and some of them just don't know what they think they are doing, because this is an embarrassment. Define the Constitution. 5 different lawyers talking about Article 17, 14, 15 with their own interpretation. I don't listen to them. And those lawyers that you think that they know the subject matter, they say they can't carry on. They are too engaged. What will your opinion be your opinion? That people will hold you to your opinion, Jacob Jada, and say, yes, look, I respect Tewin Gomdo. Beat on him. Say what you want to say. Tewin Gomdo said he signed with the Supreme Court. He was very glad. He said, oh. But look at the small lawyer there. I call it a name. They just graduated from law school 2-3 years. They interpret it like they are grandfather lawyer. And they don't know what the heck they are talking about. Most of them. Because they're scared. I spoke to 2 of them and said, man, we'll go against that puppet. That puppet, when I bring your case up, though, they think I want life. They're scared. Look at Serena Seaford. He confused like that. Behind the door, he said the Supreme Court wrong. They're on paper, he said they're right. Which one will take now? Serena Seaford. Somebody got to call him. Yeah, I call his name. You're not the former Solicitor General. Yeah, behind the door, if you talk to Serena Seaford, he said the Supreme Court wrong. He said the Chief Justice wrong. He even suggesting that they go to the ECOWAS court and sue. But tell the man to come off camera. He should have said that. According to the article, the Supreme Court is right. It's an embarrassment. Yeah, I'm going to see for me.
Sabi no case me there, yeah?
They want to have it both ways.
Let me ask you another question quick. Do you know some other people who've been causing Marcos and Parcos?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of them online. And I just heard that a lot of Liberians said it will be causing Marcos and Parcos in my extended prison rooms. They're ready to go to jail. They said it will cause. So I don't know. I'm like, that's what they said. That's what I don't cause. I'm a religious man. I teach Sunday school and Bible study. I'm holy and perfect. God has forgiven my sin. Every day I'm perfect. But let's come to the issue. How can these lawyers then that we depending on hide their hand? Time to talk is scared. Look at Serena Seaford. In all the chat room defending the Supreme Court justice. But calling one-on-one, you will say no, that's why he said the puppet right. Now when the Serena Seaford, I will call all of their name today. I'm going to call a name. Well, our friend Lafayette Gould, he's scared ahead. He cannot say nothing. P. He will not even come on the show and talk. My own friend, brother Lafayette Gould, I can come on the show. He's scared. He's scared. I'm going to call some people name because they say it's not right. Stand up and talk. Don't be scared. But let me go, man. I know people will not tell me the thing. Let me go. But to tell you the truth, though, you got a bunch of lawyers that are cowards. They're scared by what they can talk. That only all they see to get the article home because they know we don't remember the article then, so they'll kind of lie. Look at Article 14B, Section C1. What about go look at Article 14B? They lie to us. They can lie to us again.
For the last since I know Friday to them, my whole hair exploding with article attire now.
We in law school. Yeah, we in law school. They can't get Karen. Look at Karen. Article 14, Section 2, I write your opinion. Then you go on. Then you find another lawyer, Mani Lola Baba Odi, Article 14A, say contrary to the Constitution, the Constitution supersedes everything. Then you go find Ola, Article 15 BC1. What kind of hell? What are we doing here, people?
All kinds of interpretation and legal things.
No, but I end this thing though. So we agree that they don't pay the man money back. They know he's an honorable man. They let him pay the man money back and let him move on. But guys, some serious personal issue. Let's get to our discussion. It's good to have you, Dado Richardson. Winfred Russell, it's good to have you, my friend. Kefiko Ahmed Hassan, thank you for joining us. Jacob Jala from CMC, we appreciate you. Uncle Sam Jackson, as always, thank you. We'll be promoting your car company, and your rental car company. Good for you, Uncle Sam. We love seeing you shining. I know you want to rub it in our faces, but we happy for you, Uncle Sam. I hope that your money, not your wife money. But anyway, that both for your money, no problem. Chief Fubi Harris, it's good to have you on. Dr. Monsieur, it's good to have you, Chief. Azigo, no work today. Thank you. The representative Yaka Koluba, let's talk about this thing. Before we go to the Chief Justice and ask the question, should the Chief Justice now clear the air concerning the corruption allegation Prophet Key spoke about? That's very serious. I want us to discuss the Fuller Defense Force. This is scary, my people. And I like the fact that our brother on the investigation newspaper said, who's beyond the National Fuller Security? Who behind this thing? The people saying they got the clearance, the permits. The people training people. Are you concerned though? Let me play the video. Let me play just a video briefly.
Goto min kala darora no hani darorde non ka wada assignment don haray darano golle den ko fi Allah jettirden de golliren fi Allah haray goto bakitaki suuditaki salaki notade noddando e téléphone mudum haray si dum feƴƴi haray den weltano hoorebe men be jongi e commandant training wonɗo ɗo on ɗo Mr. Abu ɗo e OPS.
So this is what we are, Uncle Sam. Let me start with you. We know that the Justice Ministry put out a statement today, and we'll read part of the statement, Uncle Sam, then we'll hear you. We have a paramilitary in the country called Fuller Defense Force. Something is creeping in. Let me what the Justice Ministry put out today. I just got it through quickly. No such process has been initiated, undertaken, or completed in relation to this group. Furthermore, the Ministry of Justice has confirmed that the individuals or organizers associated with this entity have not obtained the requisite permits, have not undergone governmental assessment. Accordingly, the Ministry of Justice hereby orders the immediate cessation and desistance of all recruitment, organizational, operational, promotional, or mobilization activities associated with the so-called National Fuller Security of Liberia. Any continuation of such activities will be considered a direct violation of the laws of the Republic of Liberia and will attract the full weight of criminal and administrative sanction. The fact that they are saying they got permits, they have recruited, to our understanding, over 500 individuals, Uncle Sam. We stay investigating. They put their hands behind them. They are speaking in Fuller. We are treading a terrible, terrible, terrible situation here, Uncle Sam. We have to be concerned because the country called Liberia is a small country, under 6 million. I want to put it up one more time, let the people hear for themselves. Those guys are getting in arms. They are getting in arms. We are hearing the cross-bordering happen from Guinea, from Ivory Coast, from Burkina Faso. Is this where we're going to right now? Uncle Sam, let me play this again. We start with you. look at the formation, ready for action. We need more clarity from the government of Liberia.
Goto min kala darora no hani darorde non ka wada assignment don haray darano golle den ko fi Allah jettirden de golliren fi Allah haray goto bakitaki suuditaki salaki notade noddando e téléphone muɗum haray si ɗum feƴƴi haray ɗen weltano hooreɓe men ɓen jongi e commandant training wonɗo ɗo on ɗo Mr. Abou ɗo e OPS ɓe.
Augustin, let's hear you. You in Liberia, what's going on here?
Okay,
National security threat to the country. National security issue, Uncle Sam, let's hear you.
It is. Look, first thing is we need to launch an investigation. That's the first thing. That's where the government can clear itself. I don't trust the government on this case because I am very close to the Fula community. I do a lot of business with them. They're very honest, serious, straightforward people, right? I don't believe, and I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, that they will organize this and they will say that they have official certification and everything, and they don't have it. So that's the first thing. But let me speak about this is an overreach on their part. People would say, you know, you've been ethnocentric. I can't be ethnocentric because most of them are my friends who do a lot of business together. But I look at them like new Liberians, right? In terms of their prominence, right? But they are dominating this political economy. There are over 100,000 Fula businesses in the Republic of Liberia. They're in every single district in this country. I had some researchers that went to a place in the southeast a few days ago, and they were there in the gold mining towns and all of that. Okay, they control a significant slice of the real estate in the urban areas. Or Corwell, where you from, Winfred Russell, they bought a lot of the real estate. Syncor, in terms of the commercial business district, they own all of that, right? So because they have all this power, I believe there's some bold-headed ones of them that they think that they can convert this economic power into political power. Because remember, the first thing that started a few months ago was to get tribal status. Why would they want to exert such undue influence when they're already controlling most of the economy? They have most of the money. They run the car business here in Montserrat County is 80% controlled by them. The retail trade is significantly controlled by them. They control a slice of the economy in terms of the import, right? What are they trying to accomplish, right? This is an overreach on their part. And those of them who are my friends who are listening, who are texting with me, one of them is in serious trouble because he had the courage to say that this was wrong, that they should not pursue it, and they're getting angry. But he's a Liberian patriot, and many of the Fulas are Liberian patriots. But those bold-headed ones that want to go and exert this national security apparatus are completely a bunch of idiots, and they are basically
are you saying that it's not a Fula community here? That's separate group. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying whoever among them that came up with this idea is a boneheaded idea. It's a stupid idea, and it's already causing a backlash. I mean, you're already extremely rich in this country. You control everything. Why do you want to get yourself such notoriety? The Jews don't do that.
Let me bring it down to Bopla and Jacob, because you guys are currently in Liberia. We'll go to Burkina Faso and Yekakoruba. This is concerning though that to Bopla. We are seeing the different photos, different videos. These guys are training. We got the message from the Fula governor. We will put it up to be fair on the show. But what are your concerns here, Dr. Bopla?
Well, so nobody needs to be reminded that we had 14 years of darkness, and we still live with the aftermath and after effects of that. And so anything that looks like a militia should have the overt approval of government, but the group itself, right, should be able to fully communicate. Remember now, we come from war, we're living in peace, and we want to maintain that peace at all costs. Communicate fully that this group is a community watch, which the Full Out Forum tried to push back and say this is not a militia, it's a community watch. The Constitution is clear in Article 80B that organizing these kinds of groups for anything that has to do with coercion or political force or political objectives is not allowed. The forum says this is not for that. This is just a community watch. But you're dressed in different gear. You're speaking Fulani to the people. You look like military people. Your stance, your everything. If this is a community watch in a day like this, I would have prefaced my actions with a lot of information to assuage people concerned and fear before you even go out there and put something out like that. Because if you say we don't community watch for Fula community, well, Fula people live in a whole lot of places. Yes, there are places with concentration, but they're everywhere. Like Sam Jackson was saying, they're all over the country. They're business people, so they're everywhere. So this force is going to be all over the country where Fula people live. So I got 2 Fula people in Guyana, you would be there. So the whole thing doesn't augur well. So what you do, you pull back and you communicate better. Go with the government, you'll sit around the table, you'll get this clarity on the way forward, and then come out and say, we already talked to the government, we're on one accord, here's what we can do, here's what we cannot do. I think it's important. Nothing that has the appearance, right, of a militia of any type in this day and age is helpful for our peaceful pathway into the future. So hit the pause button and fix this and move forward.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Jacob. What's going on? What are people saying on the street about the Fula Malaysia group?
Oh yes, I think since the story started circulating on the social media, I think I was around the community today, and this discussion kind of was festering among people, and people, didn't have all the information around it, and I think we started seeing more information coming up. The Ministry of Justice, I read the statement, and I just saw the statement put in a chat group from the Fula governor. I think basically at this point, I think we just need to get more and more clarification, and it's good to have those clarifications coming as swiftly, as clearly as possible, so that many people who saw this video and this picture on the internet, we can allay their fears. People have safety concerns. But of course, we also have to be extremely careful and stay away for trying to criminalize a whole bunch of people. I think that would be wrong. The Fula community in Liberia are a very, very vital part of our community, part of our economic life, part of our social life, and even now part of our political life. There are a lot of Liberians who are part of the Fula community who participate in public life. So they are very, very good people. There is precisely no record in this country of this community being doing anything counterproductive to the peace and safety and security of this country so far on the record.
Let me ask you quickly before we leave here, though. If the Fula governor, he came up to reject and condemn this, the office of the National Fula Governor of the Republic of Liberia firmly rejects the misinformation currently circulating on social media. Was it a misinformation? Let's just read further. The second paragraph, the office of the Fula Governor of Liberia is concerned about trending social media posts regarding the group referred to as National Fula Security of Liberia. Yes, they are. That's how they call them. With claims that the group is a tribal militia or the terrorist group. Okay? These claims are far-fetched, biased, misleading, and only intended to bring the Fula community to public disrepute. Are the people wrong, Jacob, for believing that when they are seeing this video? Can this Fula governor be even more clear to the fact that who organized this group? What would be the function? What's the purpose? Just to condemn people? I'm saying this is a bad thing. Is it helping the
No, but to be honest, Stanton, they kind of rhetoric I saw going around. To be factual and honest, I think most of it were like, suggesting or insinuating the worst case. Calling it some kind of terrorist group, some kind of jihadist group. I think we've got to be very careful with those kind of description of people, because it has all kinds of security and safety implications for a whole community of people. We have to be very careful with that. And this is why, I agree. Yeah, and this is why I think, I listen to Sam. We have to be very careful, because these are very, very thin line, and we're also in a very, very hard button environment here. So we need to give the government an opportunity to investigate this matter. I think they've started to do that, and then the government has to be able to also communicate swiftly and very clearly. If it is not a militia, it's not a terrorist group.
Again, check out before we leave it though. If the FULA registered this as a security group, like so many people have security group in the country, can they pull out the document?
I think they said the report I saw you sharing said they've been existing since 2011, but the Ministry of Justice,
we have the documents.
Yeah, the Ministry of Justice said there is no record that that group is registered with them. So
I've never heard of them.
Go in there and try to resolve this matter, and allay the fear of the public. We don't want fear. We don't want kind of scaremongering the population. That will have all kind of implications.
The FULA people had a meeting yesterday, Sunday. They had a big meeting yesterday in Garlandsville, right? We have our people going to peek in, I can announce, right? And this is serious. Let me go to Yeke. Yeke. They have a meeting yesterday. If this is just a common security group, like this guy, I guess, security, how you call him, the former LDA boss, what's his name, A.B. Krumah, he got his own security. Patrick Sutherland had a security, right? You have
is that the same? Is that the same?
That's what I'm saying. If that's the same security group, that's fine. But this security group that we're seeing here, look like militia, it raises a lot of concern and question. Can they come out and say 2011? Yes, our document. We've been registered, we've been operating, and people trying to malign us. We are not seeing anything yet, okay? Well, what's going on here? Should we be overlooking?
Thank you, Stanton. I come from a different side, Stanton. I think that group is necessary. Let me tell you why the group is necessary. The FULA community have mosques in various communities. For example, I think it was in 2012 when after I contested in 2011, in 2012, the people had a program to fish market. I think we're doing the Ramadan. The group of young people went there and brutalized the people, took their things in the face of some police officer. They were able to overrun the police officer and brutalize FULA people to their mosques during the Ramadan. So when they came to me, we talk. I said, look, you need to have a private security. You need to go and register with the Justice Ministry to have a private security. I think in my mind, they did a registration. I think in my mind, that group is necessary, Stanton. During the Ramadan, Stanton, those people can be harassed. Go down 18th Street, they got a mosque there. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, the people can be walking. Who's going to provide security for them? That group is never seen in the public, Stanton, that particular group. It's never seen in the public. The only time you see those people, either to the intersection of the mosque, when the people crossing the road, they help, they say the police or the police people are there to help to cross the people. That group is now a malicious group. That group is in no way harm to the country. That group is necessary for the upkeep and security.
Can you ask them for the document? Let's see when they will register. Let's see that they are legit.
Stanton, I think that the document will come forward. But Stanton, we need to be very careful here. The FULA people are peaceful set of people.
We understand. That's good. I got no problem with them. I got so many FULA friends. The women are beautiful. They get long hair, soft hair. I got no problem with them. We can say all of that too. Yeah, the FULA women, they are beautiful.
That's the one I get a child for you, right? They bring 11 with me.
They are our friends. But let's say this about what we believe.
Stanton,
yeah,
let me a quick point. So Yaka Koluwa makes a good point about, there are peaceful people, very peaceful people, the business minded. And yes, I agree, they got plenty of beautiful women. However, He said they don't be seen in public. I never seen in public either. But this video came out. Is it intentional? We're trying to make a statement or something. You see, that's concerning there. But if this is just to protect our mosques and Ramadan, then yes, just register, do the right thing with the government, and let it be public notice that we are here. And we're here for this. I don't think Liberians would be against that.
Dala Bobla Kenale.
Sure.
Look, every private security you get, you need to have some security knowledge. What people are doing was in their fence. It's not in the public.
I know, but somebody recorded and put it out.
Yes, now what happens? You know, journalists like to make they like to.
But Yake, and I understand we got to go. But for the Justice Ministry to come out, Dr. Richardson, and say we don't know them, Russell, the Justice Ministry, they have never registered. We don't know them. We ask them to cease and desist. So we believe the Justice Ministry. We believe Oswatwe on this one because he will have looked at all of the documents. He will not lie to the Liberian people like he used to lie before, right? But this one, he said we got no document. But man, lying on them, they made the home in contact. We made the home in contact. I think you.
So Stanton,
go ahead.
Stanton.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So the government is saying that this group is not registered. They don't have any authority to exercise any kind of security rights. And if you don't have any license, registration, any of those kind of legal papers that you need, then that shows that you are registered properly with the government, then you can pose a threat, a national security threat, especially if you're acting or serving as a security organization. Now, I appreciate the fact that you are saying this group, Yeke Koloba, works hand in hand with, making sure that people cross the mall, the road during Ramadan and all of those things. But in developed countries, society and in societies, there's a relationship between the police and these groups, so the police will at least be aware that it exists. The government will be partially or aware that it exists to protect its citizens. I'd be concerned if I just had a Christian organization group. I don't want that in my country. Likewise, I don't want a Fulani group. I want an overall police force consisting of both Christian, Muslim, non-believers, okay, to protect me, to protect my rights, okay? And if they have groups, let's say maybe just a Fulani group, Christian group, let them be in communication with the police. Let them be able to work with the police so that we should know who they are in the various communities and how they are operating in the various communities. But I understand what you're saying. Perhaps maybe we have a police service that is not providing full support to all members of our country. Perhaps, I don't know, but perhaps. This story is still unfolding. Let's look at it.
All right. Before we get to Russell, we have Alhaji Ba, one of the founder of that group. He's on the phone. Mr. Ba, welcome to the show. It's good that you're calling us. Let's get some understanding. Yeah. Can you properly introduce yourself and when you and the other guys? I mean, what's going on here? Just bring us up to speed, Chief. How you doing? Where you joining us from?
I'm joining you from South Korea and formerly Vice President of the Fuller Business Association and Vice President of Pinzu Business Association. Alhaji Ba, and I think even Kev Hassan knows the person who's talking. This is, even if you listen to the communication from the gentleman who was speaking, because he was speaking Fuller, I don't know how people need to investigate before starting to put something up in the public saying that the militia group or this and that. It was speaking to the people about Ramadan is coming. And they funded this group for the main reason of Ramadan, not for any other reason. If they are doing any other thing, I don't know. But they funded this particular group just because of Ramadan, the month of Ramadan, because people normally go to the various mosques. They travel distance. Some people leave Barnasville traveling.
So what were they saying? What were they saying in Fula? Can you interpret for us?
Okay. they were saying in Fula, Ramadan is coming, you know, this is our crucial time for helping our people navigate in the night, coming to the very mosque. So please, let us be together. Let us hold our hand, make sure our people be safe. That is the statement the man was making. He was not making.
You are one of the founder. When did you guys put together this group? What year?
Okay, that group was funded 17th Street, 2011. It's very correct that what Mr. Yerka Kolba said. I mean, he was very correct in that. And that group was funded basically on the mantra of people going to various mosques in the night during that.
The Minister of Justice said they got no document of you guys having any security group.
You know, right now, because of the rhetoric that on social media, so they have to run with
Do you have any document to share with the folks tonight that is a registered security group?
Okay, this is what is going to happen. I'm going to call, the Fula governor, and make sure that the Fula governor participate on your show tonight. So
Thank
that
you.
he can give
But do you have any document as a vice president for this security group? Do you have any document?
Yes, we have documents.
Can you share it? Let's tell the Liberian people now that this is not a clandestine organization.
Yes, you are going to get everything sent on. I'm going to make sure everything comes to you before the show ends. Okay, I'm going to make sure all the documents for that particular group come to you.
Are you saying that the Minister of Justice is lying to the Liberian people that they cannot find any documents?
Definitely, he didn't wait for any investigation. He just spoke out of I don't know which way I can say, because they normally speak like that in Liberia. I think they speak in a different form and in a different manner. I don't think.
Quickly, I know. I gotta let you go. While you call the governor, you will come back because others have questions for you. Do you guys carry arms?
No problem.
Do you guys carry arms? No arms.
No. We don't carry arms. We don't carry even baton to beat on people.
Can you tell us whether Gregory Coleman, the police IG, is aware of this group? Is he informed? Do he know?
Well, yes, that group was funded during Gregory Coleman time.
Oh wow!
Because Gregory Coleman in the police at 2011. He knows about that group. Every Ramadan, Gregory Coleman provides security.
Does this group have anything? What we are hearing, because I was in a conversation 2 nights ago, does this group have anything to do with outside security forces like from Guinea, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast?
None at all. None. These are Liberians. These are Liberians, Fulani boys, young boys. I'm a Liberian. I was a member of that group. I was the chief security on the 17th Street, the mosque at 17th Street.
Thank you. So we're gonna hold you there. I know you got to call the Fula governor. We'll be so happy to talk to him. This is big, and we hope we can make that. Thank you, Winfred. You just heard from Alhaji Bad though. And then misinformation, Winfred?
Yeah, thanks, Stanton. It is troubling. It was a little comforting to hear from Representative Kolowa. However, I think we are just trying to tread cautiously, but you can understand why people are a little nervous about the whole situation. I mean, no one is saying, I'm certainly not saying that Fulani are bad people or Fula brothers in Liberia. They on some sort of nefarious journey, or trying to do something that's going to harm people. I mean, I think no one is saying that. But as Dr. Abruptly said, I think we all, considering our history and where we came from, we're a little cautious, and it's the reason why people are cautious. Now, I'm a member of Lions International here in Minnesota, and in Brooklyn Park, in this region, we have about 2 or 3 mosques, and every Ramadan they come to us, to the Lions, and ask us to provide security, right? So we provide security for them, to help, guide them, to cross the road and to park, all of that. But we're not dressed up in military fatigues, and we don't have the sort of formation. I mean, of course, clearly we work very closely with the police, and the thing about it is that the police is not just going to show up to a private event, whether it's a church or a mosque or whatever, because, for example, here in Brooklyn Park, the police would charge you $130 an hour if the police were to go there to provide, to help people, to marshal them, through and help them cross the road and do all of that. So, I don't know why we need to have such group. And, I worked in Nigeria, and, the Fulani across West Africa, there's no one particular country. And I know the problems that exist in Nigeria, and we hear it all the time. We follow it all the time. Not to come across as an alarmist, but this is why some people are concerned, because they were seeing what is happening in other countries. And they may be peaceful and orderly in Liberia, but that's not what the situation is in other countries, and people are sort of concerned about that. And so if they need security, protection or help to get them across, like Representative Koluba said, let them work with why don't they work with the police? So every group now should have their own militia or own security force and and law enforcement. I think that's a recipe for chaos.
And that's where we're going to bring in the former national security gentleman. His name is Sam Sion. He worked at NSA before we move around Kev Hassan Ashido and Chifubi. Omar Sam Sion, the issue about the Fula gathering and the security, bring us up to speed. What do you know? Welcome to Spoon.
Okay, Stanton, thank you so much. I'm a Muslim. I visit the mosque. I go to all the other mosques around Monrovia. And I tell you, this is a bad, nasty propaganda. Look, we can't continue to turn this country apart and create security threat and create situations that will intimidate the citizen. This group, I know them. They are not a profit-making security firm. This group, they are organized to control crowd and parking lots. Every Friday, I order the mosque they can reach. They are organized to monitor and assist the people who go to pray during the month of Ramadan. So we have inadequate law enforcement that can order those places during this month of Ramadan. And they are there to augment the strength of those few law enforcement that will be assigned there. They help people. Stand on when you go into the mosque in the night to pray, they check your phone. You go, you put your shoes outside, your slipper, somebody pick it. You park your car and enter the mall. By the time you come outside, the battery is gone.
So, Omar Sam, we understand that. Let me ask you a question. You're the security guy here. Can we work something out with the national security folks in the country to handle these things, number one? Number two, what if the Baptist church say we're going to have our own security? And you're going to have the Methodist church say, no, we have our own security. Then you're going to have the Pentecostal church say, everybody have their own security. Don't you think we are creating problem of sectionalism and this different little group that will create that big, don't cross my territory, don't cross my territory. We are talking about bringing in, I don't know what I heard over the weekend, religious war. You think we are walking towards something here? Why not we just directly deal with the Liberian National Police and the security services in our country?
But that is not true. We don't have a sectarian government in Liberia. This group, I don't know why people came out with name the Fula National Security. That's not true. That's why the government is saying they don't have on record any registration, any document. These are volunteers that volunteer from the mosque, like any other young man. Most of the Friday, myself volunteer stand outside If you ask those that attend the 17th Street Mosque on Friday, they will tell you most of the time I stay outside a couple of hours, assisting people coming in the mosque. Some people are blind, some people are tell other means. We assist them, and that's exactly what they do.
Okay.
I don't understand. And the reason, and let me get land on this. The reason why we all need to stand out as Liberian and speak to this issue, because as long we continue to raise the bar to make it look like somebody is inciting somebody attempting to do something, that will create a real security threat, because the propaganda is the one that creating a threat right now for the individual, for the tribe that need be mentioned. Once those threats continue, we have a situation on hand. We don't have to have that kind of situation in Liberia. The community are united, the Muslim community are united, but we have had these kind of problems all of the time. People go to the mosque, the boss break into your car, they see your phone, they do this thing, and these young people are volunteer within the mosque.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, we want to appreciate you calling in, Omen Sam Sion. Thank you very, very much. I think this is a very national trending issue right now. Let me go to Kev Hassan. Fubi Heron asked the door. We got to flip. We got to move on. We are getting information that they allege sodomizing God, the guy that says sodomized the young boy from the National Security NSA. The allegation is big, but they say the man is out of jail. He was somewhere on Nippo Street, and the allegation that he's trying to escape the country. We are telling you right now, the gentleman is out of jail. He wants to escape the country. Why is he out of jail? We're going to get into that. We received the information. We'll be talking about the Chief Justice, the allegation that Prophet Key made, not the Marcos and Parcos now. It's the issue about whether the Chief Justice is corrupt. We got so many information that to bring to you today. We're talking about LTMI. Guess what happened? The government have taken a position. We want to read that letter to you. But let's stay with this Fuda story, right? Guys, where are we? Kev Hassan, forget that you're Muslim, whether you are. But everybody going to have their own security forces in the country. Isn't that concerning?
Well, the history shows that, especially in a Christian-based country, most churches will not ask for security, But as Sam Sion is saying that, and the other guy that called from North Korea is saying that, look, South Korea, I'm sorry, I said North Korea, South Korea, he's saying that they're there to help. But let me ask you this. Where was the outrage when the Lofa Defense Force were created? Where was the outrage? This thing that we do in Liberia to be selective in our advocates, and that is the problem. There's a Lofa Defense Force, especially during the election. During the election, the Lofa Defense Force came out. Where was the outrage? Sometimes I just wonder, the way people take things in Liberia, that, oh, this person coming, they full of people putting things together because they want to do this, they want to do that. Come on, man. There's no history shows that any full of people in Liberia would associate with issues. They don't have issue. They're business people. They do their business all over. But the Lofa Defense Force, I send you the pictures there. I wish you can put it up. Well dressed in the military fatigue. Well dressed. Then you can see the other one, the video. I say the video. They say they're protecting the Unity Party. During the election, we protecting FOIA. They're there. You can see them. Well organized, they dress in the red color, like some EFF guys. They're there. All this thing happening in FOIA. The same guys beat on and kill people in FOIA. It's there. The video are there. But you're talking about peaceful people that are willing to go and wash people's car, man their shoes, help the blind, to go to mosque, help people. Oh, they come into our country. My Uncle Sam said,
thank you.
Come on, man.
Thank you. Fubi.
Our defense force.
Fubi, let's hear you.
Senator, may I ask, Kev, when was Lofa Defense Force formulated? When was it active?
It been active. The video. Let me pull in the chat room. But it been active.
I'm not talking about CDC or any power and money and high security of the state. What CDC didn't put it under control? So to the issue of the national Fula security of Liberia, there are several things that I'll just point to. So firstly, you don't need to organize national Fula security to manage, to safeguard the mosques and people that go to the mosques on Friday or on during Ramadan. You don't need to have a security force for that. That you have to dress in military-looking clothes and training like that. You don't need that. And you can have. There's nothing wrong with community watch team, as long as the security forces of the state is aware of them and working along with them. And you can always call them for backup and whatever stuff you need. And all the churches, those churches that are on the major roads, they all got protocol officers, they got, that help to direct traffic with the police, that help to usher people in. So there's nothing wrong with that. So they are not registered as a national security with a special tribe intact to them. So when you label it as national Fula security, then it raises a big question. But you can have your security for your mosques. We have Muslims of different. You got many Liberian tribes are Muslims. You got Va Muslims, you got the Mandingo Muslims, you got the Fula Muslims, you got other tribal groups that are even part of the Muslims, the Gola, all the people. So you can have a team of security for the mosques to help to direct traffic, to help to escort people. And, there's nothing wrong with having those kind of people. Just don't look like this is your role. When you during Ramadan, we need you to play this role because people will come to the mosque as early as this to pray. People will come to the mosque at this time when people come, we want you to manage, watch over their properties. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you organize, it's a national Fula. I don't know if that's a real name, but it's a national Fula security. You send a different picture altogether. So it's not just about mosques. It's a particular tribe group. So you shouldn't have that. You can have a security forces for the security team for the mosque to manage all those things. All religious groups have these kind of people. You go to the different churches. These are protocol officers. These are the securities. They are here to ensure that things are organized and watched over. Even at churches, people steal. People hijack. Watch night. People park their cars. They steal their batteries. So should the churches organize a group and say the Baptist Security Alliance or the Crown Security Group, the Manor Security Group? You can't have that. It's not good. That picture is not good for the country. But you can have these kind of protocol officers for your mosques to manage, and it should comprise of different tribes. All of that should be mixed. You don't just have a particular group. When you put a particular group tribe to it, then you raise a wrong picture for the country.
Thank you very much. We want to say to all of you, what's your take? What's your take actually on the Fula thing? You understand that we talk about Prophet Key and DeLong. We are talking about the Fula thing. We'll go to you. We want to hear from you at the end of the show. Just tell us what's going on here. The Fula people say they're having a security force. Are there Malaysia security group? We're waiting for the Fula governor to let us know and share the document with us because this too is important. Let me bring in Asedo. We'll finish up with Emmanuel George. Then we'll go to the Supreme Court Chief Justice, the allegation that was raised by Prophet Key, whether it is true, and I think he needs to speak to it. We're talking about the gentleman that is out of the custody right now. He was alleged sodomizing a young boy in the country, NSA officer, but now he's out of jail, like we heard. We're going to ask you, what's your take? Asedo, let's hear you, my friend.
When there was a speakership issue, the justice minister took a position he was wrong. When there was an issue involving LMTI and NCDC, whatever their name is, the justice minister took a position he was wrong. When there was the issue of turning positions, the justice minister took a position he was wrong. How couldn't you be sure that the justice minister is wrong yet again with his latest position? I have worked with a lot of Fula people. As a matter of fact, when I was in government, my chief of office staff was a Fulani. I have come to know the Fulanis as some of the most honest and hardworking people you can find. We will reject any attempt for those who seek to rule our country on the basis of some PR stunt to brand a group of people as being terrorists or as being malicious. I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. I can confirm that many Christian churches do have securities. Go on YouTube and just put pastor come anywhere. You will see securities running behind the pastors, opening door, standing on the street, wearing fatigue.
You got other
How
Christians.
now, let me just understand that, please. How now, right, how now it is at the doorstep of people that think they want to get together to help themselves, and we want to brand it as being bad. Let's not forget, Kev, thank you. During the campaign, General Butt Naked had a soldier group that the rescue people were clapping for. Oh, during that time, it was good, huh? It is because the name was not a true soldier group. So it was good, but it was Rescue Army. That was, let's clap for them. My people,
You muted, Isaac.
anything this government tells you should be taken with a grain of salt. To think that the justice minister and this government knows nothing about a group or a team of people put themselves together for their own interest, it will be hard to believe. And I can guarantee you, over the next couple of days, you will hear different stories coming from them. I don't believe that our brothers from the Fula community deciding to put themselves together to help their religious worship ceremony should be classified as a group bringing war in our country. If we really wanted to go against people whose intent was to bring war, we would have gone against General Butt Naked's Rescue Army. Stanton, I sent you the video. We want to challenge you to put the video up, let the people see what happened just a few years ago in Liberia. President Joseph Boakai applauded them. Oh, today, man, how you call this man of God somewhere in New Jersey? He got his securities. They're always there doing traffic, bringing people security. Sometimes they be in khaki clothes, they be in green clothes. How come today now we want to put fear in the people to brain our Fulani friends only because they are Fulani?
Thank you very much. The Justice Minister saying that they have no document on this. I said thank you. Let me go to Emmanuel George here.
Or because the name that they are using is attached to Fula, it makes it automatically bad. We want to.
I said thank you very much. This is why I said thank you. This is what came from the Justice Ministry. Accordingly, the Minister of Justice hereby ordered the immediate cessation and desistance of all recruitment. Now, cease and desist. All right. We cannot. We don't have no permits. Have not undergone governmental assessment. So this is big. This is from the Justice Ministry, Emmanuel George. Welcome to the show. Let us face it. The best thing here to do for the Fula people now to say, we have our document. Like I just said, we're waiting for the governor to speak or somebody to send us the document. How can we believe that this is a group that was funded according to the law? The Fula people say, yes, they were funded. Let's see. I got no bad thing towards any Fula people. Like I said, they got beautiful women. They are good people. I don't know about the men. But where we are today, we have to speak on the issue whether the Justice Ministry is lying and creating problem for the Fulani group, the security group. Emmanuel George.
Yes, Stanton. Good evening to you. Good evening to Dr. Richardson, Wilfred Rosa, Kev Hassan, Honorable Samuel Jackson, the Chief Ubi Henry, Dr. Brooklyn, Isaac, and the Honorable Yeke Kolubak. Good evening to every one of you. I want to also say good evening to our viewers who are joining us. Look, Stanton, there's a popular Liberian saying that when snake bite you, even when you see rope, you will run. I think that's the situation we're dealing with right now. And I will encourage the Fula governor and the members of the Fula community to be as open as possible with this. Knowing that the Honorable Yeke Koluba knew about this group is existent, and that others, they have been existent since 2011, it's important that they be open with what they do. If they are, how they call it, support arm to the church, let them have a singular uniform if they wear uniform, so that they can be open, that everyone can see them. We may be afraid because they identify themselves as a defense force, which is kind of threatening because of what we have witnessed in our civil war. But I agree with Isaac. I'm a Christian. I'm a Seventh-day Adventist Christian. And in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, we have the Pathfinders. But even added to that, when the shooting was going on here in Texas, we were trained. Those of us who were working in units, in special units, who were trained to monitor and to assess people who were coming in and out of the church every time we went. And we had to build an entire new security protocol around the system in the church to make sure that we didn't have people coming to service and shooting. Especially there was one that was about 20 miles away from us, from our congregation, from our church. So again, I will ask the Fula community to be as open as they can with this situation, and let them reach out to the Justice Ministry. There's nothing wrong in walking to the Justice Ministry tomorrow and informing them that this is the group we have, this is the protocol we have in place. Because we too, when the state of Texas gave us the go-ahead to have different kind of units in the church, some of our members were trained police officers who gave detailed information out to the police department, and who even work along with us in preparing our security protocol in the church to keep it secure and guarded from these people who have mental health issues that was walking in church in Texas a couple of years ago and shooting our congregation. So that's my point on this. I don't think we should be frightened by this, but I definitely believe that the Fula governor and his team should reach out to the Justice Ministry tomorrow and fully explain what they are doing. Let them get a specific uniform they want to wear. From the video, they are all in different kind of para uniform, whether it is called.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you. I got A.B. Kromar. A.B. Kromar run one of the unique security group in the country. A.B., welcome to the show. Former LDA boss, A.B. Kromar. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Hey, Staunton. Hats off to your panelists. I monitor the issue with regards to the national food. I mean, I don't actually know the nomenclature that have been attached to it, but I pray at the 16th, 17th Street Masjid, and these guys have been very helpful. They organize, and they help all of us as Muslims. But what became of concern was, guys, I mean, during Ramadan, people will go and steal people's stuff. While you're praying, you keep part of your prayer to actually carry on security for your own property. So these guys decide to fund themselves and provide a way to protect the people that are worshiping. I don't see any issue with it. And like the last caller said, I think what has happened is to formalize the existing by going to the Justice Ministry and do whatever was necessary. But to call them names like Boko Haram, all these things, it's just ridiculous. That would be
So you're aware that, can you confirm that these guys been legit since when?
Since probably I started going to the 17th Street Masjid since 2011, basically. And I've seen people guys organize, making sure that.
Why not, AB? You always talk about your own security firm, and you serve well, seriously. You help us a lot whenever we're in Liberia. You provide security for us, and we appreciate you. Why not these guys just can come out and be very, very open and clear as to the structure and the fund?
I think that is necessary. I volunteered. I provide free service to the masjid on 17th Street. My security provides, because this stuff of stealing while people are worshiping, it's just out of mark. So I told the imam that I would send them security every night, and so as to help them protect the masjid from that. But and like you said, there's a need to have them go to the Ministry of Justice and see if the formalize it. And I will reach out to the imam tomorrow and to the organizers that I will help them in whatever formality that they have, if they don't have it already. If they do have it, it's a need. They have the right on our laws to go and formalize themselves, register themselves. Whatever name they attach to it, that's something that the Ministry of Justice, Public Safety Department can actually arrange. But as it is now, they are legitimate. They have the right to do it.
No, we don't know yet, because the Justice Ministry said they are not, and they're asking them to cease and desist.
Well, that is coming from the Attorney General of the Republic. That's something you can't surprise. But whatever it is, they can legitimize it if they have genuine reason. They can legitimize it by going to file the necessary papers. They have the term of reference. I think they have the right to do that.
Thank you.
And we should learn to accommodate these kind of situations. I mean, I have gone to the Baptist Church. There's a need for it. We provide the necessary help for them as well.
Thank you very much. We want to say, thank you very much, A.B. Kroma, man. Our regards to you and your 3 women. Thank you very much, Chief.
Look how you feel. Happy Ramadan to all of you.
Happy Ramadan to you. We want to say thanks to A.B.
Can we ask A.B. question? He has time to take question.
We got to move on. We don't have enough time, Chief. Go ahead, ask the winner question. Emmanuel, you ask the winner question.
So, AB, you were also in the security forces around that, the security apparatus around that time. So why is it that this group is still shredded in secrecy?
I don't think they are moving and operating in secrecy. I think what they are doing, I think what has to be done, and which I'm going to do tomorrow, I'll provide pro bono service to them and see if we can reach out to the Ministry of Justice, because they do have the right to register under the public safety arrangement to actually get whatever they get if they don't have it, because I heard somebody saying they do have it. But if they don't have it, according to the Ministry of Justice, they should go ahead and legitimize the existence of this very important institution in our country. You guys have been very helpful, and I think the Ministry of Justice, the police, I've seen them. Every security structure I've seen them operate at the 17th Street Mosque and other mosques around. I think this is something that can be handled without giving it the relevance that is being given to it at this point.
Thank you very much, AB. We want to say we appreciate you, Chief. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we want to say we're going to leave it there. If you have any further comment, one person want to also respond. We press on time, but let me bring in Mike Javater. Mike Javater like to say 1 or 2 things on this as well. Once we hear from Mike Javater, we'll move to our next. It's a Supreme Court allegation from Prophet Key. What say you? Let's hear from Mike Javater quickly, then we close this. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
All right, let me try again. But we don't have enough time, my friend. Please, let's talk quickly, sir. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, talk to us now. Let's talk to us quickly. We don't have enough time, Chief.
Okay. The group and Fulani National Security, I don't know the new location. That's the problem. By Chaba Lassie 8, I have problem with that. But they are very helpful to us. Every time we go and at the 17th Street Mosque to pray, you will see the guys coming to help to direct traffic. But Chaba Lassie 8, that's the problem most people are complaining about. And why it should be under Fulani alone. And Fulani, they are not only the Muslim in Liberia. We have Madingo, we have Gola, other tribal group. Why they did not include other tribal group in the Fulani National Security. So there where people are complaining. And I believe that if the security firm was registered It's not under this government, maybe the past regime, they carry on registration. So wait to see. But it is not a bad group. The Fulani, they are peaceful people. When it comes to development, they control our economy. So we should commend them for that. But Chaba Lassie on security group, they put fear in people. You see what is happening in Nigeria, other countries and things. That's why bringing the fear. I think those who are complaining, we should not hate them. And it is a right to complain because of the record of some of the guys in the South region. But as for me, for what I observe, the group is a peaceful group. They are not involved in any clandestine operation. But by Chaba Lassie, not to include other Chaba group there where the problem come from.
Well, you're saying that they were very strong under the other government. Why would you say that? You're not sure, because even if they were very strong under the other government, the Justice Ministry should have documentation to that effect. So they are saying they don't have any paper whatsoever.
And maybe at that time, and when they carried on the registration 2011, according to our investigation, they came out to say 2011 they carried on the registration, but not only this government. They were.
Yeah, but what's the paper? So, but Mike, again, thank you for adding your voice to this. We're sorry that your internet is reconnecting. I hope you can still hear us. Thank you very much. Assistant Minister, Minister of Internal Affairs, they changed their name now, local government. Thank you very much, Mike Jabate. I want to say, guys, I beg for us to move on. Am I correct? Is there anything else for us to do here? Let's see one real quick. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, who's this? Who's this, please?
For sure. Adjustments.
No, who is this? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, who is this?
Thank you. This is Abu Kamara, a proud Muslim.
Yeah, but Abu, we'll open the line. We'll call you back real quick. I beg you, Chief. We open the line for the general call in yet. So we want to say we're going to leave it there to give you guys a chance and move on to the next conversation. Is there any motion to move on? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a serious thing. We'll take your calls, but as you can see, we got to move on. Quickly, we are uploading the Prophet Key statement. You know, we got to take the mind and power course from there. But the allegation Prophet Key made, right? Yeah, we got to take the mind and power course. But Prophet Key allegation that the Chief Justice is corrupt. Let's do a quick round. You heard it before we played. Yeah, help us. The Chief Justice, the Supreme Court, separated them too, right? We want to do with Marcos and Parcos. We're near Prophet Key on Marcos and Parcos. But what happened with the rest of the other allegation? That the Chief Justice is alleged being corrupt and building properties. Do you think the Supreme Court should address this issue? Yeah,
I think they should. That's the most important issue. You know, when you want to hold somebody in contempt, when you say the person is bringing the Supreme Court to public ridicule, that is what they call public ridicule. Somebody say the Supreme Court judges are crooks, they are criminals. You understand what I'm saying? That is more denigrating than Marcos. But the Chief Justice was accused by Prophet Key as an individual. Prophet Key did not Prophet Key did not cause the Supreme Court bench. Prophet Key was specific on what he was saying. He was referring to the Chief Justice. And the Chief Justice did not deny anything. The Chief Justice agreed that he's siding with people to take the LeBron property and give it to him. He's benefiting from it. He agreed that he's siding with people to make the LeBron homeless and Clinton. That is
but he didn't agree. Chief Justice didn't agree on any of those things, though.
So can I tell you why I say he agreed? Let me tell you why.
Because the Chief Justice has made no comment, and we asked him for the Chief Justice to address it. So you cannot say the Chief Justice has addressed it.
The fact that he did not address it, I mean, he agreed that everything Prophet Key said, he agreed with it. He did not deny it. Instead of impeachment bill, those are some of the things I put there. If the Chief Justice is not impeached, he will carry the country back to the dark days. If the Chief Justice is not impeached, from his circuit court days, that's how the Chief Justice been operating. He doesn't have moral. If anybody does not have moral, do not discuss moral issue. The Chief Justice do not have moral. He agreed that Prophet Key said he was crook. He was a criminal, and he admitted and agreed that why he did not discuss it. The fact that he did not discuss it, he agreed. The only thing that he disagree with, Prophet Key caused my mind. So you assemble whole court. Article 74 of the Constitution say the content charges should be the penalty should be prescribed by us, the House of Representatives. Article 74 of the Constitution. Did we describe or prescribe any charge or any penalty for content charges? We said no. So because he was accused. He was accused, so he benefited from the judgment that was made. You cannot call the Supreme Court to order for my cause. That denigrating the Supreme Court and bringing the Supreme Court down to the lowest, to a ministerial court lowest. And the Chief Justice agreed that you are crook. The Chief Justice agreed with everything Prophet Key said. Only the man cause he didn't agree with. That is why you have interest in the man cause. You saw him addressing the other issue Prophet Key talk about. He admitted. Prove me wrong. What did he say about it? The Chief Justice is a crook. The Chief Justice do not have moral. It will keep him as Chief Justice. The country will go back to the dark days.
So let me bring in Dr. Bopler, go to Uncle Sam and Dr. Richardson. Yeah. Dr. Bopler, we put aside the mass calls now. The whole Prophet Key in contempt. Freedom of speech, they have interpreted it differently. But Prophet Key, other allegations here, and we play that you have document, right? That the Chief Justice did X, Y, and Z. Those are allegations. Do you think the Chief Justice should address it, knowing that he's the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia? What can he do, Dr. Bopler? Or what should he do?
So I think the Chief Justice chose to respond to the thing that he felt like he had the greatest leeway to take the action that he took. And that's why in their ruling, he went and cited X, Y, Z, A, B, C. I made my position clear. I don't think what the man said denigrated the court at all. If he said it in session, in the court, yes. He didn't speak to the whole bench. He didn't, speak about the conduct of the whole court. He spoke about one person, and one person responded, and of course you take cover by just saying the court, the bench. Hey, you don't want to impugn the bench and impede the work of justice, especially not at the highest level. But I don't see how he did that. Now, what he did, was it right? Absolutely not. I spoke to that clearly. It was wrong. It was unhelpful. It's unprofitable. Nobody should be doing that. Nobody shouldn't be doing that. But to do what was done, I thought it was inappropriate. And I said I didn't think it helped the cause of democracy and freedom of speech in the country. Again, the Chief Justice is the object of accusation. So he has a choice. He can decide to respond to A, B, or C. If you accuse me of stealing, lying, cussing, I can decide to respond to the one I respond to. I think the bigger scheme of things, we learn two things, at least I hope, as a people. One, vulgarity is unhelpful in our culture. Move it. Speak what you can say, don't cuss people. But two, the High Court must be kept as the High Court. And don't bring all the here to the court and say the court is ruling. I just think it was not a helpful day for democracy in our country standard. Especially freedom of speech.
Thank you, Dr. Bopler. Uncle Sam, the Liberians are listening, right? And it's on the street, Uncle Sam. Will this Chief Justice address the bigger issue yet? Or will just let it slide? He talked about hotel. He talked about the Chief Justice traveling to America, collecting money, illegally removing people, rooting in favor of landowners. These are allegations. Can the Chief Justice speak to this issue, Uncle Sam? Should he?
The thing is, this Chief Justice does not have the obligation or the legal to defend himself. If Prophet Key has facts, he has evidence, I'm sure there's a framework where he can report those allegations to the proper authority, and they can investigate the Chief Justice. Look, Stanton, people should not be forced in this country to come and defend themselves against criminal charges. People say, I killed Tobo. People say, I did this. All kind of nonsense. So I should go ahead and start to mount an offense for myself? No. People should not do that. If there's a credible allegation by an individual or groups, right? You take that to the Ministry of Justice, to the police, and you make a citizen's complaint. But why you must force the Chief Justice to defend himself against allegations that are not made in a court of competent jurisdiction or in an administrative process? You can't do that, Stanton. We all here get accused of different things. We are not supposed to be defending ourselves in the court of public opinion because it feels good. No, Chief Justice has no obligation to respond to Prophet Key on that matter. That's why he didn't, and that's why he shouldn't. But if Prophet Key and others associated with him have the evidence and they can present it, then they should present it to their administrative process for them to begin investigation of the Chief Justice, and if they have prima facie evidence, they can go and indict him and take him to court, and then they can prove.
And what you are saying will hold you to what you are saying, Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Why did Chief Justice even take the case about Marcus then? If you are saying that the Chief Justice shouldn't, move ahead, he should let go because they accuse him, blah blah. Why you took the case for Marcus?
Because they said they brought the court honor disrepute and also the Marcus.
Isn't that bringing the court honor disrepute when
but I'm saying
that you guys are corrupt?
If you're using vulgarity, no. Accusing the court of corruption, that is speech. I'm not a lawyer, but it appears to be protected speech. But what is not protected speech is you start cutting somebody's mother in vulgarity. Vulgarity is not protected speech.
Okay. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Dr. Richardson, you buy that?
Well, if the Justice Bissett was judicially mad enough to take Prophet Key to court for Marcus, he should be judicially mad enough to take Prophet Key for alleged corruption against him. So, I think that is actually the bigger case here. That is what is relevant to the Liberian people when a justice is accused of corruption or fraudulently taking money from the Liberian people. That is what matters to the Liberian people. It is relevant to the Liberian people. So that is, to me, that should have been the case. That should have been before. But we see that case was jumped over and went in 5G straight to Marcus. So, I think that case is relevant to the Liberian people.
But Doc, real quick though, Doc, real quick, Dr. Richardson, you make a good point, but
Dr. Bobla, go ahead. I will come back to Dr. Bobla. Kev, let's hear you. What do you say?
Yes, that
but the public can't take the Chief Justice to court. I'm saying the public can't take the Chief Justice to court. He made an accusation. He could press charge if he wanted and say accuse him of XYZ, and then the Chief Justice in return could respond. The Chief Justice ignored that, and the public, all we can do is just do commentary on it. But you're right, that is a more serious charge to me than Marcus.
Let's hear you, Kev. Thank you, Dr. Bobla. Let's hear you, Kev.
Yeah, this Chief Justice, we had a recording which he confirmed that on the case of the fire at the Capitol building, he took a position on that tape. He took a clear position. When the offer came to him, to become the Chief Justice, He dissented. Let's look at it there. It is not corruption. He was for before he against. You remember that quote? He was for.
Yeah, but we don't have any faith that the man changed his mind on. What are you talking about? That understand you better.
On the fire case, he took a position. On the fire case.
He by his position. He said he
took a position on the capital building case. On the ultra-virus.
He did.
No, he positioned first that he agreed it was ultra-virus on the Capitol building fire. That his position on that tape. He modified his
tape. Send the tape. He had his own position since the coin when Fode was insinuated about ultra-virus. He always stood on the side that this is a situation here, and he went against his colleague. That's the only thing we know, right?
Stanton, please, Stanton, we discuss this thing here. Stanton, let somebody talk, please. I beg you, Stanton.
Why somebody gonna talk? I'm not somebody.
No, but Stanton.
Oh, Stanton.
No, but Stanton, don't interrupt me when
I'm making your turn, Stanton. I kept telling.
Yeah, my man.
We gotta check.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this directly. What was his position on that ultra-virus case with Fambule called him a liquor talk? What was his position? You forget?
So I should answer?
Yeah, I'll reclaim my time, but just 1 second. So don't take me off because we'll go. You say, "Oh, my man, your time finished." What was his position?
You want me to answer now? I should wait till you finish.
Answer now. What was his position with Fambule calling liquor talk?
Okay. So when Fambule called liquor talk, he never responded. The only time the Chief Judge said, "Hold on, I can." I was saying, can you put down your phone a little bit, please, sir?
You're talking something different.
Hey man, you said I'm gonna answer, then I'm talking something different. So the only time the Chief Justice,
let me ask you again.
When he dissented, he gave a dissent. Kev, here you go. Go ahead, Kev. Finish up. Go ahead, Kev.
Okay, Stanton, there was a recording where they asked him why the Supreme Court was not at the SONA. Yeah, can you remember it? That recording on this platform, play that recording when he said that when he backed the ultra-virus, when he backed it. So based on that, Fambule went in the chamber and called him a liquor talk. Then when they offered him the position, he dissented. He was the only person that dissented. So I don't know if you forget. But the tape was there. We all listened to the tape.
Do you have the tape?
That was the first tape. Yes, I will get it for you. That was the first tape. But I don't know why you forget, because you were outraged on that. You were outraged. You Stanton. Why you forget? And Stanton.
So again, Kev,
I don't know why you
let's
forget.
move on now.
No, now let's move on, Stanton.
Because you don't get a tape. I love for the people to hear the clip. You're talking around.
Why you forget?
I want to call my name, but stand on.
Yeah, but why you forget? Why you forget that incident? Why
I got dementia. I got dementia. But stand on. Let's hear you, Fubi. Yeah, let's hear Fubi. Yeah, man. I got Osama. Fubi, let's hear you. But stand on. You got a clip, play the clip. Send the clip, let's play. The only thing I know that Chief Justice Bese did, when you are associate justice, he dissented for me. He disagreed with CNN in New York, the Chief Justice at the time, and the rest of the people. Let me go and get the man here.
Stanton, he's before. What was it?
We'll listen to it, analyze it.
In the chat room. True me, like you, man.
Yeah, so look, I agree. The point, the Chief Justice had no grounds to hold Prophet Key to contempt charges for insulting his mother. On the corruption allegation, that was a good ground to hold Prophet Key, but he ignored the corruption allegation and just focus on the Marcos. And that was because Prophet King has insulted so many people, so the public tend to be happy that Prophet King is sanctioned and sent to jail, ignoring the real issue. Because if they say the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Nigeria is corrupt, that impacts all of us. That's a real integrity issue to the court, because it means that the corruption allegation influences, the whole rendering of justice at the Supreme Court level. That's a grave allegation that he would not come to the public to answer. And there where now the lawmakers coming. Representative Kolba said he's putting on impeachment bill. There where they can come in. If Prophet Key has the evidence to all of those things that he said, he should forward those evidence to the House of Representatives. They can use that as a basis, because that only the House and the Senate can put the Supreme Court in check, not the Ministry of Justice, not the President, and not the other security apparatus. Only the House of Representatives and the Supreme and the Senate. The House will pass the impeachment bill, and the Senate will conduct the hearing, and then they can be able to sanction him. If he found guilty with those those allegations, then they can impeach him, and he will formally leave the Supreme Court bench. And it's good that the House should take serious interest in it, and they shouldn't look at it as just some kind of mere issue. Because when you have somebody at the Supreme Court level that has that kind of allegation on him, and he tried to ignore it and just focus on Marcos, and elevated Marcos to the level, and made it look like the most important thing in the whole stuff, then it's scary. Changing the goalposts on the issue of Article 74, Representative Kolba, there's the 1972 judicial law was repassed in 1987, so they stay using that. So there was not a new law that was passed on contempt of court penalties, but they just repassed the 1972 in 1987. So they are still using that as a basis. So now your job now as representative and other colleagues should review that 1972 Act and suit it to modern day reality and make the necessary adjustment that you need to make. Because it's been there since 1972. It was repassed to cancel the decree 21 that the PRC government put into place when they overthrew Tobo. So and when after the 1986 constitution were voted in favor of, they just brought that 1972 Act and repassed it and put it back. So you have to look at that.
So you see how they make confusion with all the ad again? That is like a confusion. Everybody is a lawyer.
Well, they act there.
Move from that. Yeah, they think they do it here. Hey, but tell you for me, like Kev, we stay waiting for that video if you can find it. We're gonna go to Montreal Russell and come to Acedo, and then from there we work on Gibson Jerry. Emmanuel Josh will be speaking next. It's good to have this conversation. We'll play exactly what Prophet Key said. We got to get to the sodomized guy. They said the guy is on the street. I don't know whether he broke jail. We got to get to LTMI and the government position again. This is a serious issue. I hope we can cover these 6 topics. We to topic number 4 now. So let's give it our best shot and hear from the Liberian people. Winfred Russell, should the Supreme Court Chief Justice respond to Prophet Key allegation?
Absolutely, I think he should. I mean, that's the crux of the matter. But I mean, of course, they tried to. I mean, this was a sensational case, no doubt, and so they picked up that the whole Marcos issue that is so sensitive and had been sensationalized, and that's what they run with. But the main issue is that Prophet Key came out with some grave allegations against the Chief Justice, and we need to hear from him. What does he say? What does he have to say about these alleged corrupt practices that he's involved with? I mean, we need to hear that. Don't hide behind and use sort of legal maneuvering to get around that. I think most people in the country would like to know. And like I said here on the show before, we see what's happening all around in the country. I mean, we talked about it. We see the effects of it every day. Yet when you talk about, you point out people getting unexplained wealth, their lifestyle change automatically as soon as they get a government job. But when you point those things out, people get so defensive. Nobody wants to talk about it. So there's no corruption in the country. Why the country looks as bad as it does? So it's one of the things that we need to talk about. Okay, now they have satisfied themselves. They put him in jail as far as the words and things that he used against the Chief Justice. And I think most everyone on their show would not support him or do not support him for using those kinds of very vitriolic invectives that he's been using over the years. But now that is over, let's talk about the allegation, that he made. These are grave, serious allegations, and we need to hear from the Chief Justice. We need them to address them. Is it true that you have multiple properties in Nimba? Is it true that you've been engaging in corruption? Let's hear those things. We need the Chief Justice to speak to them.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Emmanuel. Let's hear you.
Gibson, welcome, man. Stanton, the whole Prophet Key case, whether the Chief Justice should bring an allegation up, I don't think the Chief Justice should do it. Prophet Key had an opportunity on February 12th. He was in that Supreme Court. International and local media was facing him. He should have stood there and proclaimed that he was not guilty and that the Chief Justice was corrupt. Then he shared the information with us. By this time, the Liberian people, and every one of us who have been excited that Prophet Key took a stand. But he walked in the court and he admitted that he was guilty for contempt charges, which were on two wrongs. One, that he had a court, he on the whole issue of bringing bringing the court to public repute by claiming that they, first of all, insulting the Chief Justice's mother and then claiming the court was corrupt. So that he was standing on those two wrongs. He should have stood in the court that day to make the Liberian understand the Chief Justice is corrupt, allegedly, if he has this. And he won't be the first person. I think on April 25, 2025, post from the popular Liberian commentator, Henry Costa, have some allegation about this Chief Justice, basically being corrupt. The Ombudsman, just November 12, 2025, accused the Chief Justice of being corrupt and being nepotistic. There are a lot of allegations in the public about this Chief Justice and corruption. I just hope that when granted the opportunity, Prophet Key would not have pleaded all of a sudden not guilty. He should have said, I'm not guilty, and I'm going to prove in this court that I have evidence that the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia is corrupt. But that he decided that he was guilty. I don't see no reason why the Chief Justice now should come and say, oh, I'm going to speak, because Prophet Key, who accused him, I've already said that he's guilty of the charges that were penned on him. So spending so much time discussing this issue, on the one hand, it's very painful to discuss this issue because there was an opportunity for us to unveil, if there was something to unveil of the corrupt practices of the Chief Justice, that Prophet Key decided not to unveil and to claim that he was guilty. And I'm sure as he's sleeping in Central Prison, those things will be running through her mind right now, that I had the word stage to speak, but I did not speak. And we cannot be speculating, because if he had the evidence, he should have spoken to the evidence when he had the opportunity in the court on February 12, 2026. He did not, so I'm not going to join the bandwagon to speculate. Now, let me make it clear. I have 6 wonderful, beautiful sisters. I have a lot of beautiful women in my life, including my cousin who is here on this platform with me. I respect women. The strong people in my family have always been women, but Prophet Key had an opportunity. I don't watch his program. I don't listen to his program. I don't know what he talks about, but I'm not talking to his insults of women, but if he knew that the Chief Justice was corrupt, he should have taken the stage. And by this time, I sure will be running behind that case.
Well, he didn't take the stage, Emmanuel. Should the Chief Justice address this and just lay it to rest?
In my opinion, no, because the man had pleaded guilty. He said he guilty to the charges, so it means that he was lying on the Chief.
No, he pleaded guilty to causing Marcos, not guilty to the allegations, though.
No, the contempt charge, I believe, and the lawyers here and those of you who follow issue, it was on 2 wrongs. The 2 wrongs was insulting, he was bringing the court to public disrepute 2 ways: insulting the mother of the Chief Justice and saying the court was corrupt. But it seems most of us,
I think then ANC Emmanuel George, I think you listen to different music here. Yeah, am I mistaken? No, to be frank, you know, I think you listen to different music here.
It's not standard.
The Marcos.
The Marcos became the public attention.
Wait, Emmanuel, wait. Not even Marcos. I want the Marcos the guy the man on. So Marcos will be another contempt charge.
Yes, the Marcos. It seems like we focus so much on the Marcos, and we did not focus on the second part of him accusing the Chief Justice of being corrupt. So those of us in the public spend a lot of time having that conversation about Marcos.
Let's play exactly what the Chief Justice said. Let's play exactly what the Chief Justice said.
On the Supreme Court, specifically on the Chief Justice, and even the mother of the Chief Justice. The Supreme Court felt that it is an honor to cite Prophet Key to show called event why he cannot be held in contempt. But the meaning was outright abusing the mother of the Chief Justice.
See, what are you hearing?
Look,
they said nothing about corruption.
If I were the publicist of the Chief Justice, what the Chief Justice is doing, that exact thing I was going to teach him how to say.
But they didn't say, and you are not. They didn't say anything about corruption.
Because the Chief Justice is trying to get the public attention to the Marcos. He's not getting. He's trying to get the public attention away from the accusation of corruption, because he knew that many of the mothers and fathers in Liberia would not back Prophet Key on the Marcos.
You are adding something. That's what the Bible says in Revelation. Do not add, do not subtract. If any add and subtract, your name will be taken from the book of life. You know that.
No,
we got to remove your name from Spoon Talk, because that's not what the Chief Justice said.
Stanton. That is the Chief Justice. That is the Chief Justice speaking. It's not Prophet Key speaking. The allegation is based on what Prophet Key said. The Chief Justice, if I was his publicist, I will tell him to continue talking about Marcos, because the public sentiments is against Marcos.
Thank you.
So that's the reason the public talking about that.
Yeah, thank you, man. We just got to move, but we disagree with you before. Actually, have you spoken on this? Can you speak to this? We are off the radio. Our reporter should be leaving the studio by 11:30. Every 11:30 Liberian time, we want to say with those on the radio, we will excuse you guys and will remain online for the next 30 minutes. So again, please, we are off the radio because our guys got to get home, and want to say thanks to them. So we are on Facebook, on YouTube. You can continue with us. Isaac, let's hear you.
But well, this entire Prophet thing came as a result of something. I'm sure when I listened to his stuff that was shared by someone, they talked about some corruption thing there where the insult came from as usual. And I would think if the Chief Justice is so much interested in the end result, he should as well be interested in the start result. The Chief Justice, what person that actually confuses us for the fact that, like Kev was saying very correctly, during the time of the Speaker saga, he had two positions, and no one knew what position was his position. Initially, when he was not being promised anything, he sat up with his colleagues. Overnight, when he got the information of a job being available for him, he decided to go the other way. So the fact that he did something unprecedented, I would think doing the next one unprecedented wouldn't be something out of the order. I mean, we are following a pattern of something that was done unprecedentedly to something that will be done unprecedentedly in the future as well. Well, it's the Chief Justice. The thing is all over the place. Oh, the Chief Justice is corrupt, the Chief Justice did this. I would think for his image, the image of the court, it would be a good thing for him to come forward and respond to the issue and say something about it. Well, no one's going to put anything on his head to say do it, but it will be a good thing for the court. It will be a good thing for him. It will be a good thing for Liberia. Because you may disagree, but the Chief Justice has had too much of a pressure on him. Since he has assumed that position, there has been from one issue to the next, from one scandal to the next, even within a court. If you speak to people that you know what you get from them, it's not something you would be expecting from a Supreme Court or from the judiciary as a whole. So I think the Chief Justice should have a lot to do to clear the air. Look, I'm not corrupt. That man was saying their own thing. What he accused me of, this is what happened, this is what happened. Then we think we should be fair, especially when you came from a place where you had two positions on the same case. You should be able to tell us something different as well.
I say let's play exactly what Prophet Keith said will bring gifts. See, this is what the major thing we try to take. I do our best to take all the Marcos and the Parkers. But this is the allegation that was made by Prophet Keith.
They want to get is corrupt. They want to call Yami Gbese, say Bragi, say you're talking, you're saying to him, he's corrupt. I guess some cases that on my desk. I guess some cases that on my desk. Is that penny? I'm waiting at you. When you post it, now go to America, you collect some money from some other family. Then you want to finish your hotel. Yami Gbese, you want to finish your hotel. There are many cases, and most of y'all know this. There are many cases that the man is involved, the man taking side with people, eating money. You not see Yami Gbese property in Nimagande? You not see the man property in Nimagande? When you see the man nigga hotel in Nimagande, I ask myself, I went there and said, how that man a Chief Justice according to the law, he not supposed to be doing any business. You don't make Chief Justice is looking at the priest. The judges just ask them, they're not supposed to be involved into any business. But Yami Gbese girl had to go to hotel in Nimakande. There are business there. Y'all need to know that we have to talk it. We need to talk it for the country to change. Because today now you will not feed it.
Gibson, why would they leave that, Gibson, and talk only about mine Parkers?
Thank you very much, Stanton, and hi to everyone, all the panelists. First of all, let me set the basis of my thoughts. The contempt charges, the contempt charges are not like ordinary or regular criminal charges or civil charges. It is a charge of it's subjective charge. Let me give you an example. I was charged with contempt by the Senate. Me and Bob Best, the managing director of the Daily Observer, were charged with contempt by the Senate. You know what was the charge for me? Because I wrote a headline in a newspaper. I was news editor for Analyst at the time. That the arrest of Milton Tiaje was a it was a legislative tyranny. Why did they put Milton Tiaje in jail and held in contempt? They held in contempt because he said the legislature was corrupt. So without any delay, they sent him to jail. He spent 3 days in jail, I think 3 days. So when I wrote that it was a legislative tyranny, They invited me and helped me contend. I had to beg for me to leave the hall that day. Bob Best also wrote similar thing, and he and myself and Kenneth Best were there begging for us. The man that saved us was Cletus Watterson. I was also here in contempt by Chief Johnny Lewis, me, Philip Weiser, and three other editors. You know why they held in contempt? Because we misspelled the name Johnny. In the newspaper, I wrote Johnnny. Other people wrote Johshanie. He said his name is spelled Johannnie, and we misspelled his name. We brought his name to public disrepute. They held us in contempt. The legislature, where Yeke Koluba came from, they had DeLon's brother, who was in the police, in contempt because he stopped a legislator, is a representative who was driving on a tail lane and stopped his vehicle. He said he brought him to the disgrace and he stopped him from doing his work and he held in contempt. So contempt is subjective. It's not a regular criminal or civil charge. Now, let me come back to what happened at the Supreme Court. Contempt, the Chief Justice and the justices are the complainant. They are also the witness. They are also the jurors. They are also the judges. And they appoint what we call the amicus curiae, who is called the friend of the court, to stand between them and their own accused. So you see the mechanics of contempt charges. It doesn't need to be the one you want. The Chief Justice can wake up tomorrow morning and say, what you did, you came, you said this about me, it brought my name to public disrepute, and it caused me trauma, it caused me stress, and because of that, I don't concentrate on my work that I do. It is a contempt. That's what contempt is for. That's why they help Prophet Key for.
Yeah, but you wasting our time here, man. We discuss that all weekend. We say why the Supreme Court now.
I'm not wasting your time. I'm not wasting that. The reason I said this.
We know what contempt is. We're not arguing before, Chief.
Anton, the reason I said this, you have a representative here who himself is a Mark Cosser and Park Cosser, is saying that he filing an article of impeachment against another Mark Cosser and Park Cosser. Two deranged people who are continuously.
No, you cannot call Yeke.
No. Okay, I take it back.
No, you can't do that. What we are saying, should the Chief Justice now address the allegation that they put against him on the corrupt charges?
Should the Chief Justice use evidence against himself?
So, what's your position? Yeah, that's what we're asking. But you're going after Yeke.
Let me go back to what you played just now. I start on. What you played just now, Prophet Key made one allegation without specifics. He said the man got a hotel in Nema. What's the name of the hotel? You know why Prophet Key not call that name? Because they will sue him immediately, call the people hotel name. He doesn't have specifics. He said people gave him money from America for him to build a house. You know how long Blessed Ben George? He's not able to build a house. They said people in America gave him money to build a house and to finish his house. Do you believe that makes sense?
It's not what I believe. It's what the Chief Justice needs to address. These are huge allegations.
The Chief Justice cannot bring evidence against himself.
We are not asking for evidence against himself. We are not. The people are saying they are not taking him to court. But can you at least deny all of these allegations? Are you telling the Chief Justice not to speak to it?
I am telling the Chief Justice, if I was a publicist of the Chief Justice, I would tell anyone like Yeke Koluba, the Mark Cosser.
Why are you going back to Yeke Koluba?
My man, they made a Mark Cosser. They made defending another Mark Cosser.
Okay.
So, you see, we got two corrupt fruit defending each other. Yeke is a corrupt fruit defending another corrupt fruit who is in jail. So, Yeke Koluba, his bill of impeachment will not survive. It's a nonsense bill that he filed. It will not even survive. You know why it will not survive? Because it will not basically alone who presided. He turned it over to the full bench. Does Yeke believe that the House of Representatives doing an impeachment proceeding against the entire bench of the Supreme Court. Will the Senate remove these people? This is just a fruitless exercise with complete talk that has no basis because he lacked the legal basis, lacked the legal knowledge. He don't know the job he's doing at the Capitol, and he continues to cause other people mad.
You purpose take him on the show to attack Yeke?
No, I hear to tell him that he's a corrupt person in character. So coming on the kind of show and telling people that the Chief Justice is corrupt, is wrong, and this and all of that. These are the people that corrupt our country. Stand on. These are the people that destroy our country. They are destroying our children. They are destroying our communities. These
Who people? Who the people you're talking about? Who the people you're talking about?
Anybody. That's what I'm trying to say. And to end my comment in my 30 seconds, I want to say here that the Chief Justice is not the judge, the position of the justice. It's not a position where you go in the media to trade allegations or clarify allegations with other people. It's a repute position. If anybody has anything against the Chief Justice, like corruption cases, let them go and file the impeachment proceeding. If they can do that and they can succeed personally against him, they can go ahead and do it. But on the account of what happened to Prophet Key, the whole bench cannot be impeached because of Prophet Key. Because the whole bench took the decision and not took that decision.
Wow. So let me do this real quick. You listen to Prophet Key, his allegation against the Chief Justice Bassey. What you say? We'll open the phone line to hear from you. We also talk about they don't give Prophet Key back his money. What you say? Should they don't give Prophet Key back his money? We talk about the Fula group, whether it's a new military group. We want to say a beautiful thing. Two other stories we're going to end up to very quick. The LTMI, Yeke, I will give you a chance. I know you want to speak. Please be patient while we wind this thing down. The LTMI, we have a new thing. Maybe we'll discuss it further. The Minister of State for Presidential Affairs have a rating. LTMI, you want to read this, it's very interesting. And they have called them, they have turned it over to the IMCC. Guess what happened? They say we got to look into your concessions. But the people at the Ministry of Transport, they are complaining that the government has sold them out. We can confirm that, you know, the minister himself, Salif, he was called Salif Tyler by the president. And Salif have threatened to resign based on a video that was circulating that you can only do business with the Ministry of Transport. He was called by the president and he was told that the IMCC, the Interministerial Committee, will look into this matter and therefore move forward as to their recommendation, whether they would cancel the concession. Again, this is big. So let's hear you.
I don't know who was next to go. I think we're going to Yeke Koluba a moment to respond to the names that he was called. Do you want to just respond to that, Mr. Representative?
Dr. Richardson, you know, when people come on a platform with a fake mind to come to attack people, you know, we just look at them and laugh. My impeachment bill is not about Prophet Key case. You know, when you look at Jeru that was speaking just now, just look at his physical structure. Stanton, do you know what they call amoeba? Do you know what they call amoeba? Amoeba is something that do not have no definite structure. That how a Jeru face look like. You understand what I'm saying? So he came on a platform. Not
I thought it meant to be amoeba. He didn't tell you to trade off, but he told me to trade off.
He came on a platform not to discuss the issue. People at Jeru there, you know, that
I'm coming back for you.
So when they come on show, you know, don't compose themselves the right way, according to him, he's educated. You know, Jeru, you need to sit I mean, before the camera and look at your face. You look the real amoeba. Let me tell you, if I have not said that to you before, your face is deformed, no definite structure. So you don't have nothing to say, but to come to attack me personally. I don't come on the show to attack people personally. But when you go personal with me, I will give you your story. You understand what I'm saying? Stanton, I maintain my statement that this Chief Justice do not have moral to discuss moral issue. He don't have the moral to discuss moral issue. This Chief Justice have flip-flop in the fire situation. You saw him. When he interpreted the ruling, the next thing was, when he got the information that they want to appoint him as Chief Justice, he changed the decision. That inconsistency, that moral issue. And based upon that, I carved the impeachment bill with other specifics in it. Carrying it to my colleagues to say, if they may remain as Chief Justice, he will carry the country back to the dark days. They may lack moral. Why will you look at a man that will be on the Supreme Court bench where they'll be talking serious national issue? He jumped from left, he go to right. He inconsistent. Look how he talk to a colleague in Lofa, that lady. Working with people that doesn't mean they put love for you. But because you don't know how to approach people. So when Fode Famuna said, you know, he was talking liquor talk, Fode Famuna are not wrong. Fode Famuna are not wrong. So they may need to be impeached. If they may is not impeached, he will carry the country back to the dark days. So Jeru, you know, when you come on the show, I look at you to be somebody like my father-in-law. But when you want to go the different way, they call me Zaga Loco, laughing at our friendship. I'll respond to you in a bad way. Thank you.
All right, Zaga Logo, thank you very much.
Can you give me 10 seconds to respond?
I beg you will do it. I beg you by Chief. Hold on. Zaga Logo, laughing is not friendship. Hold on 1 minute. Let me say this quick. Something important happened. You remember this guy, both of them. Let me just say Lawrence George. This is Lawrence George, and this is Dominic Pay, right? The LCC took the case to the court. The court found them guilty today. Each of them were given 5 years in prison for massive corruption. Is this victory to this government? Again, I'm going to put a picture up. I want you guys to see. This is Dominic Pay. The allegation of corruption from Legends. You know who's on the run? Wilmer Smith. Wilmer Smith is on the run, right? He's in America. They're looking for him. But again, he said he has a humanitarian excuse because he's sick. But they were involved into one of the major Legends scandal under the CDC government. Dominic Pay is now going to jail for 5 years. Maybe something will happen, but today the ruling came down, and we'll discuss this further tomorrow. And Dr. Boble, I want to say to you though, what's going on here? This is again, guys, these are developing story. It's up there now. This is Lawrence George. Lawrence George, we are reading the document. 5 years, Lawrence George and Dominic Pay, 5 years for corruption. They went to court, they was found guilty. Dr. Boble, take it away. I think if the government continue on this track, that good news for the system. They fought corruption, LCC, that good news for LCC. They have now made history that 2 of these major individuals from Legends, they sent them to jail for 5 years. Dr. Boble.
Stanton, one of the hallmarks of the United Party's campaign, we all know, was we'll fight corruption. And fighting corruption is not a personal thing against people. It's a fight against a cancer in our society that keeps us poor, backwards, and underdeveloped. So a fight against cancer, a fight against a cancer that eats away at our ability to develop as a people, improve the livelihood of majority of people, is a fight that we all must fight. So when you take the fight to organizations now, then it looks personal because it has a face to it, right? There are people involved. And so I agree, if the government stays on this track, meaning following these things to the end, and let there be consequences. Okay, Dr. Francine is here, and she can help us because I read somewhere that a psychologist say it's not the severity of punishment that deters people, but the certainty. In other words, if I know for sure that if I get caught, something will happen, and will not be no mango talk around it. I told my friend, they let me off. It would deter people. So this is a good sign. I will say though, there were others involved, CEO. So I hope we can talk about the whole thing because even presenting those whose name may not be here but are involved, it helps prevent these things so that the next place, all of us are more cautious. We can operate with integrity and transparency and accountability. Holding people accountable for what they've done wrong with the public trust is something we must always do, no matter who's involved.
Dr. Bobla, again, let's just put it up. This is very important. Across the wire, victory for the government. The government through LSCC, we can now confirm the government through LSCC, Lawrence George, 5 years. Lawrence George, 5 years. The case concerning Legits. Again, the government through LSCC, Dominic Pay. The case concerning Dominic Pay, Legits about corruption, 5 years. Others were involved. We'll speak to this even more tomorrow, but a victory for the government and victory for LSCC as they fight corruption. Dr. Bobla, thank you very much. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. This is a good news though.
Yeah, I would say that the government did well to put those people, corrupt people in jail. And I will also agree with what Dr. Bobla said. It's the consistency in punishment. It's not the severity, it's the consistency. So considering that we are seeing the consistency, we're asking this government to be very vigilant when it comes to fighting corruption. We shouldn't just do these 2 cases and wait for another 1.5 years or 2 years to punish another set of people. There's a lot of things that will come on this platform to speak about. We still have the superintendent, I believe, of the school system in Liberia who there was charges of corruption that happened in that system. So there's many others that we can mention here today. But it's the consistency. We want the government to not only be consistent with these 2 guys, but to be consistent with other cases. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Russell. Let's hear you on this issue. Have we seen something like this before? Anyone was sent to jail for those allegations from LSCC? No? Is this the first time we're hearing this thing, right, Russell?
The first time I'm hearing about it, and like others have said, I think this is welcoming news. Is that we have this happening now. We have to do everything possible to discourage the high level of impunity in our country. So people do things that go scot-free. There are no consequences, and so it's about time. So if they went through the court system and the government did its due diligence, they had lawyers, they all provided the cases for, and everything was adjudicated, and they were found guilty. They were convicted by a jury of the peers. Then they should serve the time. I think this sent a clarion call out there that this government is about weeding out corruption. It's about reducing impunity in the country. I hope it doesn't stop here, Stanton. I think this is good news. I think this is something for all of us to celebrate and embrace, and of course give kudos to the government. No wish hunting, but let the evidence speak for themselves. Go after the evidence, and if people are found guilty, let them pay the consequences. Let them serve time. I see if we see more and more people serving time and being held accountable for corrupt practices, for illegal activities and all of that, malfeasance here and there, I think it will send a very, very powerful message. And this is the beginning. This is the beginning of some good things. It's the beginning of trying to say no to impunity and say yes to the rule of law and say yes to reducing corruption in the country. I hope it doesn't end here, Stanton.
And I think the Bible for this government and the fight against corruption. That's what the Liberian people want to see. I don't know what else you're going to say, but listen, and I hope we can start this conversation tomorrow on the show. I have to say what you want to say, though. Even if you're opposition, you should celebrate this. Do we have any opposition on the show today on this issue? Do we have any opposition?
Yeah, but Stanton, go around. Let's go around.
This is a victory for the Liberian people.
Yeah, but go around.
You should be.
Let's go around now.
Why you interrupting me for, Kev?
You interrupted me. Play my tape. I sent it to you. See,
we pass that tape. Let them to play your tape. We are talking about this issue. You say play my tape. What you talking about play my tape? Let me talk to Henry first, and we'll go to Gates before we come to the opposition, because I think you guys are crippled tonight. This is a victory for me.
Who is Henry? There's no Henry.
The member Alex charge you play my cassette.
We are Newton and Henry. Sorry.
But this is a unique one, though. We have not seen it from the LDCC. This is victory for the country, because those guys they dragged the court system, they fought the court system. Some of them negotiated in the back. They said they will pay restitution. They admitted, they took a plea. But these guys, including Wilmer Smith, said they are not guilty. Wilmer Smith said he won his case as a matter of fact, and he was being awarded $3.5 million. These people that were hanging with Wilmer Smith took the case to court, went to trial, and they were found guilty. Now they are going to jail for 5 years.
Yeah, I think it's a good step for the government. And like you're asking for the opposition, they will definitely call it a witch hunt, a political case, because all the positive stuff for the government, they will find a way to twist it. But it's a good thing that the government at least can zero in on this one and at least come down with a guilty verdict, because that's something I've been asking a lot of the times. You just hear people being suspended, people sent to court, people off the job, and there is no serious prosecution going on. But it's good that we can start to see closure to some of these issues. And the fact that their colleagues admitted and agreed to a settlement plan, that alone made the case difficult for them. So if they were smart, they could have just lined up with their colleagues in the same direction and found a way to reach a settlement and restitute government money. But the fact that they decided to challenge it, with all of those people, when you have people in your group that already admit to the crime, that they say you guys jointly committed, it makes it difficult for you to win it, except you have some juror that you manage to plug your way through the jury, group, and you're able to buy a way through. But most of the time, those kind of cases are hard to win. And that's why I think Raymond Smith look at all of that and left and went to America on and used the issue of medical ground, because he knew that they couldn't have found their way through with this one. But it's a good thing for the government. We look forward to seeing more closure. If people are guilty, you find them guilty. If they're not guilty, you set them free. So at least they can have normal life again. Thank you.
I want to say to all Liberians home and abroad watching us, we want to say this is a good thing. You need to know this. What did you fight for? What did you vote for President Barker for? One of the main reasons is to fight corruption. One of the main reasons to fight corruption. And today, Dominic Pay, women, how you call him, Lawrence George, they are all, 5 years. LDCC should do more, but we should commend them on this one. I really want to hear from the opposition what they say, but it doesn't matter, though, because you know what? The people appreciate the little fight on corruption. Emmanuel George, before we go to the high court opposition, Gibson, Kev, and Yeke, let's come to the gracious opposition.
Yes,
Mr. Kwame took picture with Joseph Barker on the feed. Let's come to the gracious opposition, Emmanuel George.
Yeah, so we what we say here is to lay the fact of the case so that Liberian people can know when this case started, where everything was, the whole issue, right? This because it's the same thing to do when the two parties, CDC and UP. This investigation started on the CDC government,
Hey,
On
Emmanuel,
the
thank
7th
you.
on
Thank
the
you.
7th of October. On the 7th
we are project.
Hey, Emmanuel. Arrest
on the
There you
7th
go.
So you will give Mala chance to speak.
Hey, Emmanuel.
on the 7th of October 2023,
They guys ain't get
the
shit.
Republic by and through the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission versus LAC, versus Francis Red et al. Was registered in the criminal code C. So this case started on October 7th. Credit to the government, and that's why we have government, because government is continuity. It doesn't stop with one administration. So credit to this government. On the 1st of January 2024, they pick up this case in court, and they have taken it to a reasonable conclusion so far. So yes, this case is a clear sign that when government work together and government build on the foundation and pillars of other government, we will all, as Liberian people, celebrate the success. So I celebrate the success today because it's successful because it shows the reason why we have government. It's not the fight against corruption is not about the CDC, it's not about the Unity Party, it is about the Liberian people. But to go further, Stanton, these gentlemen are accused of stealing $128,198.64. If you divide that by 4, each of them totaled $32,049. Now they are going to be disgraced. One is a controller, deputy director general, senior officers who have studied will be disgraced at this level because they couldn't control themselves. They went to steal $32,049.66. This is a disgrace to them and a disgrace to their family. And hopefully we'll learn a lesson from this, that by being called to serve the Liberian people, you are called to serve. You are not called to benefit and put money in your pockets. By the time they come out of prison, this $32,049 will be finished. They will face the consequences of the action of stealing from the Liberian people. So again, I want to say congratulations to the CDC government for starting this and the Unity Party government for picking this up on the 1st of January 2024.
Let me say something, before we go to Kev, Yeke, and Gibson. Let's be serious. Fubi, you know this. That Richard, that Bokle, you know this. Winfrey. This is why I've never seen the light of day if President Boga would have won the election and President we have who have won the election. Nobody's stupid here. This is why I've never seen the light of day. Just asked who asked Wilma Smith to leave the country to run away. We know this. But one good thing President we did though, upon receiving the information, he suspended them. But people in the government was trying to bring them back. Why did the case drag so long? Because folks in the CDC government were protecting these guys. So Emmanuel, I'm surprised at you. Very, very much surprised at you. You sit on the show and saying that we are project yet? When we talk about
First of all, the We Are Project that you have fully comment. We Are Project that you have fully comment. Secondly, you just said 2 seconds ago you agree with me. You disagree with me.
You're not giving me a chance. So
how you can agree and disagree with me?
Because, man, listen, let me say this. Thank God, the solution is here. But because of serious-minded people and serious government, give it to Alexandra Zoe. We can get vexed with her sometime. But she pushed this case. And again, give it to, Councilor Gould friend. How you call him? This guy Councilor Livingstone. I think that's his name. These guys have fought on this thing. But let's be serious. Nobody will make me to want to believe that under a CDC government we're going to have conviction and sent to jail. For me, it wouldn't have happened. No way. I would never believe it. Never, ever. All right, so let's move on. Let's start that part of the story. Kev, let's hear you. We know you're going to agree with you. Let's say you agree when you say it doesn't matter. We immune to you agreeing with him.
Okay, but Stanton, this is
who the we? So you have changed for last week.
You know,
they make campaigning for members.
Well, listen, guys. This is simple. Google. My disappointment is for brilliant people like Dr. Bople, Emmanuel, them. I don't know if they didn't do the research enough to say it's good. This government, president government. Come on, guys. They got Dr. Bople. Your students are listening to you. One of them will be sitting in the classroom tomorrow and say, "Oh, Dr. Bople, let's give the false information president government on air for not doing his simple research." But you hold your students for research.
Kev, do you know what I really do? Do you know what I really do? What do I do?
Okay, let me finish now, Dr. Bople. Let me finish it.
The result. Why are you blaming him?
Okay, let me finish now. He gave the credit to this government, and that's
the government deserves 100% credit.
Okay, but let me finish now, guys. Let me finish. Yeah.
Every day you ask to finish.
Because on this platform, when the case started, it was big on this platform. The center know that. Immediately, those guys were suspended. John Weah suspended. The case started. Remember, it's the same LACC that John Weah put in place.
We are saying the former president suspended them. But we are saying that two things you got to get straight. I'm saying your government, the CDC government, wouldn't have sent these people to jail. As evidenced by you start making them to leave the country.
But he left the country. Women Pay left the country under your government, under your code. That your government, he left the country.
Women Pay left. You want to go to how Women Pay left? How
but he left under your government. And your government gave him permission. Your government gave him permission. Your government gave him permission under your government. So you can say that was CDC. Women Smith left under your government. So if you want to say that, maybe but in court, there's a document there why he left. So the court knew he was leaving, and the court understand why he was leaving. So that is different. But what we're saying here, for folks to come up and say that this government is nothing but our case. The LCC, let's continue the case that started. So Emmanuel George, that's some of the thing that baffles me so much, that because of politics, you get people who want to just and brainwash our people, right? Change their mind. Well, a simple Google, you can just Google the case. There, a simple Jerome. That's a simple Google. Take your phone. The case there will tell you when it started and everything. You don't have to listen to Fubi. You don't have to listen to him because Fubi can't even win. He can't even campaign in your own district. How you will listen to him? It's a privilege for him to be even in with Yeke, because Yeke can win anytime you want to win. You understand? But then imagine.
So what are you saying? You have to attack Fubi now because we know that you guys allow these guys to run?
You're saying that this government, man.
We
can't do that. We can't do that to our people. We can't be doing
all right,
that.
Thank you, Ken. Let's go. We got to close the show. It's after 12 a.m. Dr. Bople, thank you very much, my friend. Our regard. Let's go to Yeke Koduba. Yeke Koduba, I disagree with what Kev saying. I know what I know. I know how Women Smith left the country. I know which state he's in. I can say to all of you.
Left the country under the government, man.
We can say to all of you as we close the show, Yeke, let's say on this victory for the government, by the way. Victory for your district, Yeke Koduba, and victory for the people of Nigeria.
Tinto, I'm coming from a different angle. When you want to discuss the kind of issue, you should be having the moral to discuss it. Mr. Bwaka and his government do not have moral to discuss corruption issue. He said that right under his government, he gave him contract to one individual. That's corruption by itself. He said that right in his government, people taking money, he gave him money to people to go build place for him in Lofa. That is not in the budget, that was not allocated by us. That corruption by itself. So you don't have moral, you want to discuss corruption issue? Mr. Bwaka and his government and his officials are corrupt set of people. So what glory they want to claim? When you give him contract to one, all the contract in the country, you give it to one person. You took almost 20-something million. You use it in Lofa County with all the House of Representatives. The legislature appropriating the money for it to be used there. Then you want to discuss corruption issue? I don't want to agree with them, Stanton. How much money they put on one and some more? How much money they get Joe Moeba? It's times 100 that money. How much money Mr. Bwaka used in FOIA? It's times 100 that money. So they're not serious for corruption. They're dancing around. You want end case at CDC, bro? Start your own case. Right in your government, start your own case. Prosecute your own people. They will know you're serious. Until then, Mr. Bwaka and official do not have moral to discuss corruption issue. Thank you.
Oh, I would say that while we close the story, I know you're going to reply to Yeka Gibson, but let's stick with this one. We really got to go in our closing. Okay, y'all made peace that your son-in-law, that your brother-in-law, you get a current woman, you get a, I know, Lofa woman. One of your women from Lofa, right, Gibson? But let's get back to the conversation.
Are you a polygamist?
Gibson? Yes.
Polygamist.
I know that.
I'm not going to respond to Yeke. Yeke spoke his mind, and I'm done with that. We are on different issue, and I think I should agree with what Yeke said. Part of what Yeke said about the inability of this government to execute their corruption, their corruption fight across the board, and he made a great example of the issues he believed were. But let me just say this: I said the other time that George Weah start with a very important person who told me that when he is re-elected, now not if, there are certain people that will not come close to him or to his government. This is one of the examples. Starting in 2022, this case was being investigated. They slow walk this case, people at the LSC slow walk this case until 2023 when they decided to indict these people. Now, 2023 was election year. They did not want to give George Weah the glory that he prosecuted corruption, and so they play with the case until the election time passed. They don't want to convict these people. They play with them until the time passed. 2024, the Joseph Boakai government took this case, and today we are seeing that they are convicted. Let me say thank you to the Joseph Boakai government for convicting these 2 people or 3 people. It is good. It is good. And this is what we should do. Listen, when we say the government should fight corruption and they are fighting corruption, we can't come by and say the thing you do a bad thing. We first say thank you for doing this. If we have additional ideas, we can bring those ideas. So thank you, President Boakai. Thank you, LSCC, for fighting, prosecuting these people to be convicted. But please go further. Because your fight for corruption should not end with people who are soft targets. This is what we call soft target. They have nobody behind them. They have no name. Nobody protecting them. Meanwhile, Joe Moluba, who is receiving all the contract in Liberia, nobody is investigating whether there's conflict of interest. No. Meanwhile, thank you, Yeka. Jeff mentioned the $10 million project in FOIA. The LSCC is not investigating that. They're not interested. They're not interested with the government of Liberia, Minister of Information, the press secretary, the deputy minister of information. They're giving different figures. At the end of the day, they said that 6.5 million now is no longer 10 million. No, LSCC are not interested in investigating that project. They are good with that. They are also good with. They are not going after. Listen, since the LTM commissioner was dismissed because of he was suspended because of the corruption in the audit report. When will LSCC go after him and prosecute him because he's close to Joseph Boakai? So there are so many things that are happening in this government that they need to pick up and investigate and prosecute them. They are only going after George Weah government officials. I don't see who are the corrupt activities, the people who are doing bad thing in this government. I don't see the LSCC asset recovery people, all the people going after them. You got to prosecute your own first before you go and prosecute other people. But the people that are in your government, they are doing worse. You are suspending some of them without sending them to the Justice Ministry for prosecution. Somebody from Nokai, you suspended the person for alleged corruption, but you not send the person to Justice Ministry for investigation. The Commerce Minister Abe Manda was asked to resign for an alleged corrupt practice. We were not submitted to Justice Ministry for prosecution. So many people, we can sit there and name people that have not been submitted for prosecution. So how is this one case? There's a case for us to beat drum for the government. We can recognize you did a good. So I'm sorry, Jacob, I'm not coming after you. You did it this one. You are right with this one.
Yeah, but I think the issue is that I still appreciate this government, but I disagree with you guys. Let me address the issue about Joe Mobile. We got a lot of information now on Joe Mobile and all his project. We'll bring it up tomorrow. I will share with you guys. Yes, indeed, Joe Mobile taking all of the projects, all of the contracts, most of the contracts, many of them. And we're going to raise it. What is conflict of interest? We'll discuss that more. But as we come to the close of this show, we received information that this gentleman was on Nipple Street. As deep as we are, Yeke, we're trying to confirm this, that he was released on humanitarian ground because he's not well. You remember the allegation that he sodomized a 14-year-old? Let's play the clip quickly.
So this is
And to tell you the truth, what we also receive, and we going to find out from the Liberia National Police and Immigration, that he trying to find his way out of the country. And this is a big one. You can let this be our last conversation. We'll bring more conversation up tomorrow on this and other story, but this is scary. If this guy leave the Republic of Liberia and he run, then we are in trouble. Then I think again, then this government fails. So we're going to announce. We receive information, but why is he not in jail, Yeke? Why is he not in jail? The allegation is huge. That this guy is out. He's not in jail. If this is true, the victim auntie is speaking that he was on Nipple Street talking and moving around. Yeke, let's close with this story because we got a lot of story that just came in, and thank God for the government finding a solution, a verdict, sending these guys to jail, that we know that the government has strengthened itself on the fight against corruption. Thank God to this government, and one good person we had did, immediately he suspended them, but the delay came later, and this government had to finish it. But Yeke, let's talk about this sodomized guy, you know, the young man that is sodomized, and this guy is out. We don't know why. We reached out to the Liberia National Police yet to get a reply. And yeah, this is scary, okay? What's going on here? Let's close.
So, Stanton, this guy is going to be facilitated by people from the Liberia National Police to leave the country. If you have not left yet, that is what's going to happen. Stanton, you see where we expected the Supreme Court to come in? This is where they should put in their force. Then we know that the Supreme Court got force. This is a serious issue. That ball could be in or upon the Supreme Court bench soon. But to examine, this is the kind of case we expect them to examine the Supreme Court bench on. To make this case a 1G, they're not even 4G, 1G case. Investigate the case today and end it today. Stanton, they may, from my information, I mean, he should be all of the country already. If you are not left, they're trying to get him all of the country. This man is a friend of Gregory Como. They're trying to get him all of the country. What kind of country is that, Stanton? Our young boys being raped. We see no action. Then you get that man in the street. What if the family get angry and go and mob that man? Who were you hold responsible for it? The man is in the face of the family people walking up and down, telling the people that nothing will come out of it. It's complete provocation. You provoking the people. If I were in our family, you provoking me, I will take your action. The law will not be responsible for it. Because even if you have a case, Stanton, you and myself, Foy, will live in the same house, they will not release the both of us. Or if I'm wrong, they will not release me because my presence in the house will provoke you. You could do something. That's what's happening to the family right now. You can't get that kind of man walking in the face of the family people. What kind of country is this? Then you assemble a whole court for my cause. You can't assemble the court for that kind of issue. That ball left is finished. But people are not looking at it. People assemble a whole court for their own personal benefit. Stanton, we just have to keep talking. I'm disappointed in the government abroad.
Thank you. This is our closing. Yeke, thank you very much. Let's hear you, Winfred Russell. If this story coming up, Deacon, he's out, trying to escape the country. We need the government to respond. And why should he be out? I mean, these allegations are huge. The family are concerned. Talk to me, Russell.
Are we closing now, or we just want to speak on this?
We speak on this and we'll close quickly because we cover almost 6 subjects tonight. So just let's hear you on this quickly.
All I would say to this Stanton is that the government needs to keep him in country while the case goes through the court. And I mean, obviously, if he were to leave the country, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to get him back. So until the case is fully adjudicated and with all of the appeals and everything else that comes with it, I think he should remain in the country. And I mean, this is an alert. I mean, the Spoon TV folks here, we are sending out an alert. So if you're not aware, if you're in law enforcement and not aware, you know that this guy is out there. We have to ensure that he doesn't slip through the airport or slip through one of the border areas, that he stays in country until this case is fully and thoroughly handled. I think we need to protect our citizens. I mean, we need to protect especially the vulnerable members of society. And this case I remember when it came out, very disturbing, very troubling. And if this guy is out on bond or whatever he is, I mean, we have to ensure that he stays in country, because it will be a real joke. It will be, a travesty if he were to slip out of the country.
Yeah, thank you very much. Kev, what say you about this?
Well, it's just the same thing about this government. They pick and choose who they want to try. They pick and choose who they'll put in jail. This is all about this government. We said it's going to work. They don't care. But if that gentleman will belong to either opposition or somewhere, he will be in jail, and it'll be a big deal. So the selective justice about this government is what we're saying. Nothing much to say. He's just going to walk free. I'm sorry for the mother of that little boy. He's just going to walk free. That's it. That's the government. That's what this government is all about. That's it.
Fubi, you think he's going to walk free? Now he was spotted on Nipple Street, moving around freely, and the government have to address this. But somebody, parents over there crying. We know the history, the allegation on other folks, and this guy worked for NSA. He been there for a while, but nothing. Is that how it's going to end? Stephanie?
Yeah, like you said, I think you said you were released on medical ground. If that's true, it shouldn't even be released in the street. You should be to the hospital with security assigned to him there. So you can't release on medical ground and you're on the street walking around. So on what medical ground you release? So you are held for non-bailable offense. You can't just be walking around freely. Even if they're on medical grounds, you have some kind of security assignment. Whatever hospital you are going to, they take you there, you go through the treatment. If they can't treat you in the cell, you go to the treatment. After that, they take you back to the cell. But you cannot be released to be on the street, moving around. That's high risk for the country, and you can become a flight risk. And if you leave the country, then it also becomes difficult. So I think the government needs to address that if that is true, and put the corrective measures in place. You cannot have these kind of perpetrators, alleged perpetrators on the street moving when the case is not finalized. And to Yaka's point, the Supreme Court will not jump to that case straight because it has not reached the Supreme Court level. But this kind of cases should be fast tracked. I agree with that point. It should be fast tracked. It shouldn't be one of the cases that you just have on the docket for a long period. Because the victim needs justice. Even the alleged perpetrator, to some extent, he also needs justice. If it's true, he go through the guilty verdict and be locked up. If it's not true, he also be set free. So you need that. So you should have a fast track code for these kind of cases, and don't keep these things long on the docket. I think that's why it helps to delay. Justice delay sometimes can be denied. And we shouldn't be having these kind of things. And I think he shouldn't be released to be on the street walking around. I think that's not fair to the family. It's not fair to the family.
Thank you very much. Emmanuel?
Yes, Don, thank you, and everyone else for the opportunity for us to have this conversation.
Without closing, just on this quickly. I want to give you access to close here.
Yeah, I think it's not a good signal to have him in the street, allegedly on the streets. I agree with Fubi at this point. If he was deemed to be ill and he need to be on humanitarian ground, he was discharged. He should be in the hospital right now, where he would be on full security. And if he has to travel, he have to travel based on the conditions that will be set by the court. And the family of the victim have to be informed that the decision is based on X, Y, and Z, and that the court have the medical records and document from the medical doctor referring him to a hospital for treatment. This fight against rape is a big fight in our country. And not only did he rape someone, he also is involved in another heinous crime, that is homosexuality, which is against the law in our country. So he sodomized a young man, and he cannot be on the street walking free of charge. He said other young people in the community that he in right now, it's on threat, because if he have done it once, he can do it again. And that he was caught this time doesn't mean that he have not done it before. So I believe he should not be walking freely in any community in Liberia, any community for that matter. Thank you.
I think we're going to stop here. We got more to come. Again, like I said, to all of you, it was surprising to know how many projects that were given to Joe Mobile, the Museum Group. We got a lot of them. This guy was just bringing in all of the project. He was taking it. No form of bidding process. Everything, give it to Joe Mobile. Give it to Joe Mobile. 120,000, 130,000, 460,000, $10 million. This one, everything. You'll see them all. You'll see them all. Listen, guys, we got to try to make Liberia better. But I will say this to all Liberians. Do I believe that President Baga got a good heart for the country? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But what's the problem? The problem is those folks that will come over and advise him and tell him, say, let's go this direction. Believing they are sincere. That's our problem. And I will talk more about this tomorrow. So it was a beautiful show. 1 minute each. Let's close the show because Mr. Levi coming. And I really have to go. He's singing that song. He said, Daddy, Grandpa, it's time to go. There you go. So
all right. Yes, wonderful conversation as always. Like to say thanks to everyone out there, give us the opportunity to be in your living rooms, be in your home, be in your cars, wherever you may be listening to us at the moment. I'd like to say thanks. It's good being here. I'm not going to regurgitate all of what we discussed. I'm sure many of my fellow panelists will probably do that. I just like to say thanks to everyone. And we have our convention is coming up here, and that's March the 7th. And we'll be looking to seeing all of you out. And so Fubi, you're also invited. Kev, you're invited. Dr. George and Representative Kaloba, you're invited to our Democratic Party convention here on March 7th. So you see how the process works. So those who sign up during the caucus, they will now be voting during the convention, March 7th, to make the determination as to who gets the party endorsement for the various seats that people are running for. So all of you are invited. So thanks again. Always wonderful being with you all, sharing and receiving all the different knowledge that you all have and bring to this platform. So thanks for the opportunity once again. Have a good night.
So Kevin, you thank you, Russell. We'll go to Fubi, Emmanuel, George, and Yeke will take us home. It's been a great show. Thanks to all of you folks. And we'll just stay in the back to hear you guys close it.
Yeah, I wish you could play my tip on the Supreme Court Chief Justice. You know, still maintain he was for before he against. So, good show.
Yeah, you want to charge you.
You know, but hey, it's a good show. We, you know, hit all the side we wanted to talk about. But the Prophet Keys situation with Darius DeLong, you know, and that is the high hypocrisy that happening. You see, they coming out acting like the Unity Party are the party of morality. Oh, Prophet Keys, don't do the Prophet Keys. But when they were on Prophet Keys' show, where you were causing people mad around here, putting him in your campaign. Wow. Unity Party, I don't know, they drive fear to get. And I don't think Unity Party, 2029 is 18 years with Unity Party. I don't think Unity Party should be in our body politics anymore. For folks to not understand that 18 years post-war, the longest serving government post-war, and they stay acting like the 2 years, they'll be telling you, why this thing happen? Why didn't fix the road? Look at the road bad. But 18 years, 18 years. They act like George Weah was there for 18 years. They 2 years or 6 years. How can you be there for 18 years and you complaining? You saying, why would I having this? Why would I having this? You're going to be 18 years. And the 14 years now, right? Joshua Imam Bokar took part in the whole 12 years and in his 14 years. He been in that government, but he still pretend like he brand new. How Liberians are still buying that? It baffles me. How intelligent people are still buying that? How come Joseph Bokar is still twisting the minds of the people? How come this 85-year-old man is still twisting the mind of the people, fooling them? He will come. You know, not like Yekeden who saw it quick and say, you know what, I can't stay here. Because what he said to us, he's lying. Why people stay behind these lies? Anyway, I close. I mean, that bureau.
So now you see me closing quick, we're going to attack you too.
Oh, man, I'm not leaving that thing, man. How can people be buying that thing?
Who will I close back?
You can't buy that anymore.
Bunny Juru, you'll play at cassette tomorrow. We understand you. So. No. Hey, hey. I tell Ratty, yeah, busy can play. So don't worry. Spoon, I'll play. Hey, I don't, for me, like I said, only with the direct issue, if you add direct reform money for Prophet Key, that means you also reform the vote. So that means he shouldn't be senator. That means Yusuf Bagam shouldn't be president because all the support that the guys gave, you gotta withdraw them. So for me, I put that one behind. It is now that the Supreme Court has declared Marcos a serial criminal matter at the Supreme Court level, that the Chief Justice will waste the entire country time to go put Prophet Key on and say why he cost my man. And the Chief Justice man supposed to go sue Prophet Key. And not the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice supposed to hold Prophet Key on the corruption allegation, but not Marcos. That way he lost that. And that way the representative now can come up with an impeachment bill to make it answer to the corruption allegation. And say you have all of these corruption allegations, come and answer to them. And if he's found guilty, he pack a bail and leave the Supreme Court. If he's not found guilty, he stays there and continue. And, so but we look forward to seeing a showdown. These are things that the country needs. It is the legislature that can control they can put the Supreme Court in check, because no other body can do it. The Supreme Court will not do it to herself. The Chief Justice will not come on and speak to corruption allegation. He will not talk about it. That's the reason why he didn't make it a subject during the contempt charge. He just brushed it aside and just focused on the Marcos because that was public, issue, and the public were very sensitive to that. So he would not talk about that thing, and he would not come out and even address it because that would be dignifying, the whole corruption allegation. So he would not do that. As soon as the representatives and the senators can pin him to that point. On the issue of the full-up stuff, like I said earlier, you can have your security to engage the mosques during the Ramadan, but don't name it full security. Then you damage the whole purpose of having it. Because Muslims got so many people about the Muslim religion. So don't make it a full thing. There be something for a protocol for the mosque to be able to run and manage the security during the Ramadan, or during the prayer, during the period of fasting. That one, everybody would do. All the churches have their protocol team that help to at least put some security measures in place, but they are not formal security. And if need be, sometimes they even have the police to help them. Instead of those ones that are on the road, the quiet area, the police also help them with directing traffic. Those are things that you can do. But don't tribalize it. When you make it a tribal issue, then you send a scary picture to the whole country. And everybody start to the different fear stuff that people start to attach to it becomes something that we always run of. So we should try to remove making things tribal. It's not good. We want a real deadly tribal war. I don't think we should start making things a tribal issue. Have your vigilante group is fair. Every community should have vigilante group to help the police, because you don't have the police does not have the capacity to be everywhere, and that's why the community watch team are there. The same thing you do with the different churches and religious groups can have their protocol team to help to beef up security, to reduce theft. Those are fair things that we should look forward to doing, but don't make it a tribal issue. Then it becomes scary for the country. So thank you. We'll look forward to a good show tomorrow. I think Emmanuel had done.
Yeah, thank you, Fubi. Thank you, Jeff.
I think you're the big brother, so let me go first, then you close up. So, Fubi, I listen to you very well. You see, we listen to Mo Ali. Mo Ali say the probate court, when you carry fake deed, they can sign it. Mo Ali. Look, Yami Bese decision is not in the interest of the Liberian women. The time the women needed him, what the time Judy Andy carried the case there, that the time the women needed him. Not because you are being affected as a person, as an individual, then you taking action. The power you get is not for you and your family. It's for the Liberian people. Why they are not saying for Mo Ali? They tape all around. So they see Mo Ali. Then when and the court hold you in contempt. That's why I told one of them, oh, the court hold you in contempt. I said, they're not contempt, they're condom. And you call contempt, you get serious issue. Judy Andy carry the case, you do nothing. But because you have been affected as a person, then you examine the whole Supreme Court bench. For what? Is that what you been? You came? I mean, as Chief Justice, you can't do that to the people. That denigrating and disrespecting the High Court. That's what Yamin Gbese did. He disrespected the High Court for his own personal gain, something that he benefited from as an individual. That like Liberian women. You know how many women being insulted here? You didn't take the action. So if you're not going to be affected, there was going to be no law that bound the thing that he did today. Yamin Gbese need to be impeached. Yamin Gbese do not have the moral to be Chief Justice of the country. When it comes to the Fuda community, you know, I don't think that the name Phoebe Dopo using, but you know, maybe the project want to make the thing big. Oh, for Fuda defense for those people too. The Fuda people are scary people. Don't put like one trouble anywhere. Don't respect themselves. When you see someone there wearing uniform, it's because Fubi, when they told me about the thing, I said, look, your people need to be identified before somebody jump in your midst and cause problem. You know what can happen, Fubi? Somebody could jump in the midst, and I gave them the advice. You look for a uniform, give it to the people, let them be identified for tomorrow's sake. Fubi, when people having a Ramadan, people go down 17th Street to the mosque, terrorize the people, take the perfume. You know the time the people will be breaking their fire, Fubi. 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. Who's going to provide security for them? Dopo security business is in the best interest of the country. It's in the best interest to help the national security so they can help their people to be secure. I want to say thank you for the show, Honorable Imaya, Honorable Fubi Hewen, and Chajulu. I want to say thank you. Maybe we'll play your tape tomorrow.
Okay. Well, we want to thank Kev, Fubi, and Yakeb, the Honorable Yakeb Koruba, for being part of the show this evening. And for those of you who continue to watch us on the Vera Radio, listening to us on Vera Radio Station and on Facebook and YouTube, thank you so much for spending your time with us. Look, tonight we have discussed different topics, from the issue with Yeke and Prophet Key to the issue of corruption and what's happened with the Fula community. This is my take in closing. 1, at the point in time, everybody was excited and happy to embrace Prophet Key. When they needed him, they embraced him. And now it seems not to need him, they throw him to the bus. But Prophet Key played his role. He had his niche group. Again, I don't listen to his show. I have never spent more than 2 minutes listening to anything he has said, but he had a lot of people that follow him. But if the issue was the insult or the odiums of vituperations that he pulled on his platform, then this should have been brought to bear many years ago when the Chief Justice was an associate justice, and this big case of Judy Andy came before the court. But he remained silent. And the Justice Ministry at that time backed Prophet Keys in what he was saying, that he had free speech. But today, the lawyers in Liberia have gone silent, including the Minister of Justice, who were bold enough a few years ago to back Prophet Key when the issue of Judy Andy came out. They are silent because they are afraid that the Supreme Court will pull back the lessons and they won't be able to practice law. And for the person of the Justice Minister, he will be asked to resign his position as Minister of Justice if the Supreme Court or suspend or revoke his license. So we cannot be on the left and on the right at the same time. We have to take a stand. The Justice Minister cannot at one point in time says Prophet Key has freedom of speech, and in the next stance he's completely quiet, completely mute. But on the other hand, Prophet Key had the opportunity to bring before the Liberian people the accusation of corruption against the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, alleged corruption. Unfortunately, he was verbose, or perhaps his mind was so much towards the issue of Mancops that he failed to realize that what he actually spoke about was both the issue of using inventives and the corruption that he associated with the Chief Justice. And hopefully this case will have continued if he who had not pleaded guilty and threw himself to the bus. But be that as it may, Prophet Key is in jail for 6 months, and this will be lessons to every one of us. But hopefully the Chief Justice, Yamin Bese, will come out to speak to this allegation, even though that may not be in his best interest. But going further to the Fula community, I believe you need to go to the Ministry of Justice tomorrow and make sure that you are able to clear this group that you have with the Ministry of Justice and have the Minister of Justice coming out to speak on your behalf. And if it is true that you are naming this group the Fula Defense Force, I don't see what you are defending. I see that you are trying to protect the image of the mosque, and Muslims are in different tribal groups in Liberia. Personally, 40% of my family are Muslim, 40% are Christian, 20% are animists. So we walk in and out of the Muslim or Islamic community. So perhaps this group needs to change their name so that it can reflect the totality of the Islamic community in Liberia. As we conclude this evening, we want to very much thank you for this time of great conversation that we have had. We want to congratulate the government for bringing this corruption case to a conclusion, and for the judges who have sentenced these gentlemen to 5 years in prison. May there be a lesson to every one of us. When we are called to government, we are called to serve. We are called to support the people of Liberia. We are called to build a country, not to fill our pockets for our girlfriends and our boyfriends and to live the high lifestyle that everyone else in the country looks up to you, while you alone stand as kings, while you are stealing our public money. But again, our president must go forward. There are so many cases of allegation against this government. Tomorrow we'll be discussing the issue of his own nephew, who seems to be, who appears to be winning a lot of contracts in the country. We shall be talking about this tomorrow, and we look forward to you being part of this program. Again, thank you for being on this program. Chief Fubi Harris, have a very good night. Kev Hassan, have a very good night. The Honorable Yeke Koloba, have a good night. The Liberian people, have a good night. See you again tomorrow. Good night and goodbye.